Good morning, everybody. Good morning. If I could get your attention, please. Good morning. I don't know how well this is transmitting, but if you can hear me, I hope you can. It's February 12th, 2026. I'm going to call the business meeting of the Governing Board of the South Florida Water Management District to order. First on our agenda always is the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to ask the Vice Chair if you would lead us. If you'd stand and face the flag, please. Yeah, it does. Thanks, Scott. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you all here. Mr. Martinez and Colonel Roman are going to be participating remotely. Mr. Martinez, are you on?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. And Colonel Roman?
Yes, I am. Good
Thanks.
morning.
Good morning to you both. For those board members who are here, I'm going to ask that you make sure your microphone is on and you speak into the mic so online attendees can hear you. For those board members who are on Zoom, I can't see you when you raise your hand, so if you want to speak or ask a question, just please just state your name and call out. Members of the public on Zoom who wish to address the board may use the raise your hand feature. If members of the public are having any trouble and need help, please go to our website, sfwmd.gov, and click the Ask Us button at the top of the page, and we will help you out. If you're using a phone and would like to comment, please press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to mute and unmute. It's a courtesy to others who wish to speak. Members of the public are asked to comment only once on a topic. We'll take public comment first from those who are here in person and submitted a comment card, followed by those with raised hands on Zoom. We're going to go to employee recognitions. Mr. Bartlett, we've got a bunch of them. Looking forward to that. If you guys will join me in the well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for everybody for showing up. This is great. Loving it. Loving it. All right. So we have 2 months to cover. And our January 2026 Employees of the Month is Tim Cunard, Section Leader, Infrastructure Management. All right. So we have a lot of infrastructure in the South Florida Water Management District, and Tim plays a key role in that. He supervises the mechanical, electrical, and operations technology disciplines and has developed an incredibly highly functional team of engineers and technical staff. And what he is working on and what I want to talk about is basically the refurbishments and upgrades of our pump stations. We got a lot of pump stations, and he has organized his section, and that's what we recognize, his organizational ability to really do these upgrades with a correct balance of in-house versus external kind of contracting with this. With the engine overhauls, he's vetted the repair shops, he's got the templates, he's got everything for QA/QC to make sure it's done efficiently and correctly. The electrical team with the generators and the equipment around the pump station, the right balance of expertise there. But what we're recognizing him is for the effort he's put forward for the control panel upgrades for each of our pump stations. These control panels are the key things that monitor, run, operate these pumps in the best way possible using modern technology. So they have to be upgraded frequently, and he's developed the right in-house capability to do this quickly and save the district a lot of money because we have a lot of pumps to take care of here. So we put it to the test. The S332 B, C, and D pump stations replaced the panels using in-house work, saved us $500,000, saved us 7 months, and that's one pump station, right? And we've got a lot of these things to do. We got 10 years of work here, and every pump station's different. He could save us between $200,000 to $1 million per pump station. Stretches our dollars out. We'll get to more of them faster, shaving months off of it. And it's really because he's got that leadership skill to organize, develop the people, put them to work, and get it done right. And we totally appreciate this because we're trying to stretch every dollar. And that is why Tim is our employee of the month. Tim Cunard, thank you. All right, January 2025 Team of the Month. No surprise here, Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Project Team, which consists of Maliha Ahmed, Brahm Sharkian, Kenson Coupe, Courtney Deal, Luis De Leon, Mary Fessmeyer, Mauricio Gonzalez, Matt Haluk, Holly Jarvinen, Nicole Niemeyer, Jong Park, Mindy Parrott, Robert Schaefer, Tehran Scriven, Sandra Brooks Wallace, Mark Wilsnack, Shi Zhang, Li Chun Zhang, and Li Quan Zhang. They got it done, folks. They got the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Project constructed. It takes a lot of effort. First, you got to get it authorized, which takes modeling and all kinds of analysis. It got authorized in 2014. Then you design it. Then you construct it in challenging situations, land acquisition. So we have gotten done. This is Deering Estates, Cutler Wetlands, and the L31 Flowway. Those are all finished construction. And there's no shortage of effort that goes into making something of this magnitude happen. What we've restored is almost 4,000 acres of coastal wetland in Biscayne Bay. These canals used to discharge straight into the bay harmfully, cutting off all these marshes, and they got restored, or they're getting restored because the construction is complete. And it takes everyone. Permitting, real estate. We had to construct these things in urban areas with traffic and roads and moving power around. It's just all kinds of logistics, and then you got to build it, right? And they got it done. They got it done on time. And I can tell you, when we were down there at the ribbon cutting event, and you saw the pump station turn on, and you saw that water flowing down. This is a Cutler flowing down that canal. I mean, that was special, right? Because all that water would normally just smash into Biscayne Bay, right? And this is going to capture the majority of the water that would normally go out there and restore these things. It doesn't happen without people. And these are the people that did it. And so that's why they're our January Team of the Month. Come on up. Hey. I don't think we have everybody, do we? All right. Our February 2025 Employee of the Month is Mark Wiederstein, SAP Business Warehouse Developer. Now, I know Mark, he was in, when I first got here, he was in the budget section, and he was always working on our budget, which is a Herculean thing, always doing, it's 24/7, 365 days a year doing this budget work for the Water Management District, and he was helping put together those budgets. And during his career here, he was that person that came in as a budget person, but then became an IT type person, understood computing, kind of brought that skills, developed his own skills in the IT department, and then he transferred to IT, where he was SAP. but he didn't leave budget behind, right? So he was now responsible for putting together a whole new budget system together for us this past year. And so he had that right balance of IT skills and budget knowledge to make this happen. And it is and so now it's online, right? So we have this new budget system online. That is not an easy thing to do. Any IT project is not, but when you're taking all the volume of data that we use in budgeting, it is a massive effort. And so we had this 20-year-old system that was custom built, didn't have any vendor support, and it really didn't integrate well with SAP. And now we have a system that does have vendor support, will stay modernized, and integrates with SAP. And they put it to test recently. When we put together our preliminary budget, they did it in this new system. And just to let you know, there was a policy change out of Tallahassee right in the middle of that budget exercise. And if we did not have it in this system, we couldn't have adapted like we did, right? And so it is already paying dividends. And beyond that, the old system, you had to manually transport that from budget adoption into operations. Now it can just get uploaded. And so we can hit the ground running, moves right over into finance. And the last thing it does, it itself will help us with 10-year planning. You don't have to export and do it on spreadsheets, right? So now we have this modernized budget system put together by a budget person with IT skills, and it wouldn't happen without Mark, and that's why he is our February Employee of the Month. Thank you, Mark. All right, our February 2026 Team of the Month is the Picayune Strand Restoration Project team, consisting of Ashi Akpaji, Holly Andriata, Ethan Baldino, Timothy Barber, Joe Buzzard, Mary Fesmeyer, Jose Guardiario, Marissa Hodap, Angelica Hoffert, Brad Jackson, Jacob Kelloon, Amanda Khan, Hal Luo, Amanda McKenzie, Neha Pandia, Mindy Parrott, Armando Ramirez, Rodrigo Rios, Heritier Rutabara, Robert Schaefer, Natasha Warich, and Lichun Zhang. So here we had this. Each one of these projects is different, and this one was a foundation authorization in SERP, authorized in 2007 after modeling and analysis and real estate and all the kind of things that go into getting it authorized. And then you move in and complete this project. And this one was challenging because it was platted as a neighborhood, subdivided as a neighborhood, roads were built, canals were dug, and so you had this Herculean land acquisition effort that really finished up while we were here about 5 years ago. And then you moved into all the construction, design, management of this project. 55,000 acres. Removal of 260 miles of roads. And if you're wondering, that's twice the size of I-4. 260 miles of roads removed. Plugged 48 miles of canals. And that's basically the distance that Tom drove here this morning to get here. And he did it a lot faster than they plugged the canal. But it's a lot of work. It looks incredible out there. We got early benefits on the eastern side, and now we'll be able to get benefits throughout the whole thing while we deal with these exotics controls. It is the pride and joy of Collier County. It is stopping the drainage. It is keeping water on the landscape, creating connectivity between that, Fakahatchee Stand, Big Cypress, and Green Heart of the Everglades. And so we have this incredible wildlife sanctuary out there. And by the way, when you don't overdrain the landscape, it stays on, it recharges the aquifer, which we like happening today in Collier County. It helps the 10,000 islands in Rookery Bay. It was very exciting to be there. Really proud of this team. It doesn't happen without people, and these are the people that did it. Again, thank you. Congratulations, February Team of the Month. How's it going?
Drew, how you doing?
Doing well. Hey, you hadn't solved all the issues. I know.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All kinds of stuff today.
All right. So we have a 25-year service award, Mr. Chair. It's Laura Lehman, lead project manager for ecosystem restoration out of our Fort Myers Service Center. So Laura came to us 25 years ago after getting her bachelor's degree of environmental science at University of Florida and master's degree in natural resources policy at the University of Michigan. And she went to Fort Myers right into the environmental permitting program, the permitting program essentially, where she started as an environmental permit analyst and in 2010 became the section leader for the permitting section over in Fort Myers. And in that role, she governed ERP, consumptive use permitting, mitigation banks, sovereign submerged lands. There isn't anything she can't do. That's what I'm reading here. She is super smart. She knows wetland delineations, habitat mapping, listed species utilization, wetland functions, environmental reports, wetland. I could just go on and on. You know, topographic, geology, conservation easements. She's got it all right here. But she was the supervisor, right? And she was a good manager of that group. And it's a lot of stress in the permitting program, I can tell you that. But she kept it going. She kept meeting the deadlines. But that's one thing. But writing good permits is another thing. And she led a team that wrote good permits. And she was essentially an expert witness. There's always permit challenges, and pretty much it came out in our favor every time. And that's because of her efforts. In 2023, she went into the Ecosystem Restoration Division as a lead project manager on the West Coast, where she's basically overseeing grant funding for local water quality improvement projects, but she's also the project manager for the Corkscrew Watershed Initiative, which is a very important initiative in southern Lee County, basically bordering Collier County. Very important to the local stakeholders from a restoration standpoint and water management standpoint. And she's the leader in doing that exceptionally well. She enjoys spending time with her family, friends, and her golden retriever. And she likes doing outdoorsy things, loves Alaska. But it also says here she is a major chocolate lover. And I mean, most people are chocolate lovers except for exceptional few. So I don't know why they wrote this for you, Laura, because maybe you got an issue. I don't know, maybe get it checked. But anyway, thank you for your 25 years of service, Laura. Thank you. All right, another 25-year service award, Mr. Chair, Danielle Morency, Section Leader, Systems Modeling Unit. So she began her career in January 2001 as an entry-level modeler in our hydrologic systems modeling section and is now the system lead for the systems modeling unit. And these units do a lot of work for us. And so she's been here for 25 years. So she was working on mod water deliveries back in the day, the Everglades construction project back in the day, the EAA feasibility study, the Lower East Coast Water Supply Plan, and currently SEP 1.0, which is the operating plan being worked on as we speak. She is, you see John's reports every month, and so she's responsible for putting out these LOSM projections and for the Lake Okeechobee operations, the completion of all the required modeling deliverables for these reports. And then, you know, the one thing that I depend on her a lot for is the emergency management modeling. And that is, you know, when we have dry conditions or super wet conditions, we need to know what's going to happen. We need to know what the future is going to be. It informs our daily decisions. And oftentimes those are stressful situations. And so this modeling group led by her turns those around and gets them to us. She's got an amazing attention to detail, and she's calm, steady, even in these demanding situations that we get faced with. So glad she's there, taking care of that unit for us. She's been recognized in Teams of the Month, Employees of the Month, all kinds of things for us, even a Team of the Year. And we're just so grateful for her 25 years of service. Thank you, Danielle. Up to 30-year service awards. This one is for Jennifer Barnes, System Data Modeler for Systems Modeling Unit. So Jennifer grew up in Pompano Beach and came to us in 1996, graduating from Florida Atlantic University with a Bachelor of Science in Geology. And she began in the Hydrologic Systems Modeling Group in the Planning Department. And her early career basically supported the CNSF re-study through her work on the South Florida Water Management Model and developed the measures associated with that. And that re-study was kind of pretty important, right? So it resulted in a lot of outcomes, possibly even SERP. And so she's been part of that project. She's been part of the project for the Lower East Coast Water Supply Plans, has expertise in land use and water use demand analysis. But then really, she became a technical expert through the Interagency Modeling Center, which is between us and the Corps, as a code developer for the South Florida water management model. And so this is a model that we developed because you need to do it for Florida. Florida is different than anywhere else in the country. And so it needed this kind of expertise. And so she was there with the Corps of Engineers, making sure that this model was put together, which honestly underpins almost everything we do for water management in South Florida. She led the modeling effort for the Caloosahatchee MFL. She was part of the LOSUM team to put together the LOSUM model. She was Employee of the Month in August of that year. And now she's very engaged in all the resiliency modeling that we're doing, which incorporates sea level rise and the challenges we have with that. So it is there's a lot of good stuff that she's doing for us right now. She's got a strong work ethic, very smart and reliable. And I know that I challenged her during the LOSUM process as I was giving her daily tasks to do a different model run where I was trying to avoid harmful discharges and droughts. I didn't succeed in that effort, but she was very patient with me. And so I really appreciate her in that exercise. She was very responsive, as she is to everybody else in the agency. And so thank you, Jennifer, for your 30 years experience and work for the district, and we look forward for your next 30 years. Thank you. One more, Mr. Chair, 30-year service award for Christopher King, Senior Scientist, Office of Water Quality. Oh boy. All right, so Chris came to us 30 years ago, 1996, where he was a water quality technician in the lab. And then he moved to the compliance assessment and reporting section, where over the years he has basically developed our district's reporting for our permit compliance. And over this time frame, he has basically evolved the program to where it is today, contributing to web development, graphic design, technical illustration, training, data analysis, project management, and in the most recent years, playing the central role in keeping the district's permit reporting on track. And if you don't know about that, we have to report every March 1st, and so it becomes a chapter of our South Florida Environmental Report. And permit reporting is a lot, right? It is really a lot, and so we have to do it because we are a permitted agency. So he covers 30 different projects in this Chapter 3, Volume 3, and it's 700 pages long. It is thorough, it is accurate, because it has to be. If it's not, we get in trouble. And Chris makes that happen. Whew. That's a lot. So prior to joining the district, so he does it well. And he brings a long history of his life in doing things well because he was valedictorian of his high school. He completed the Supper Honors Program at Palm Beach Atlantic University with a degree in biology and marine biology. And he brings that all here to the South Florida Water Management District. On the personal side, he loves living in South Florida, enjoying the beach, snorkeling, raising his family. He is passionate about his faith and volunteers at church, is very active in his church. And honestly, he credits God for guiding him to the district. Now, naturally, I would thank Chris for his 30 years of service, but this time I'm going to thank God for Chris's 30 years of service. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks very much for that, Drew. We'll move on with the agenda now. Item number 4 is revisions. Molly, are there any changes to the agenda?
There are none, Mr. Chairman.
Great, we'll move to number 5, which is the abstentions by board members. I'm going to poll the board members and see if you have any abstentions. I'll start with Mr. Spotswood.
I have none, Mr. Chair.
Bergeron.
None.
Vice Chair Wagner.
None.
I have none. Mr. Steinle. Mr. Butler.
None, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Hurley. And Colonel Roman.
None.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear that. And Mr. Martinez.
None.
None, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We're going to go now to the approval of the minutes. Does anyone have any changes to the minutes from December 11th or the January 22nd lunch and learn?
Move to approve the minutes.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call that question. Mr. Spotswood.
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron.
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chair Wagner.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to vote yes. Mr. Steinle.
Yes.
Mr. Butler.
Yes.
Hurley.
Yes.
Thanks. Colonel Roman.
Yes.
Mr. Martinez.
Yes.
Thanks. That passes unanimously. We'll move now to the Executive Director's Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you heard it in employee recognitions. We had a couple of incredible ribbon cuttings since the December meeting with Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands and the Picayune Strand. And I just want to recognize that we had the Assistant Secretary of the Army, Adam Tell, and Major General Kelly, who flew down from D.C. to speak at the Picayune Strand event. So we were honored to have them, and as well as the DEP Secretary, Alexis Lambert. But I might be a little biased, but I just want to point out that Colonel Roman was the star of the show at the Picayune Strand ribbon cutting. I need all the employees to laugh at my jokes. All right. SERP, the one thing I wanted to report on was the SERP Oversight Group. So the SERP Oversight Group was formed as part of the agreement signed by Governor DeSantis and the Department of Army in July 2025. And really it has two purposes: expedite construction of the EAA reservoir and commit to district construction of SERP projects with federal funds. And so it serves as a coordinating group, not necessarily a decision-making body, to make sure things don't get stuck. So this group, which I am on, meets about quarterly to coordinate activities to achieve these two goals. And the most recent meeting we had was January 29th, where progress was discussed. So I'm pleased to report that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has taken robust action to locate funding and amend the contracts to expedite the EAA reservoir construction. These amended contracts support deployment of additional resources to prepare the foundation for the embankment and expedited the delivery of materials and equipment to support construction of the embankment itself. This required many agencies contributing to this amendment, including FDOT, Department of Transportation, our Florida ports, and federal marine agencies, as that is how you transport material down here. Now, sometimes amending a contract sounds simple, but let me assure you that it is not in this case. This involves Herculean amount of logistical and resource planning on behalf of everyone to get this inked, this contract amendment inked. Building an embankment of this magnitude by 2029 is really unprecedented, and Colonel Bowman refers to this effort as EAA Moonshot because of the challenge that it represents. So the district, our contribution, we used our authority that the governing board gave us previously to support this work by working with local landowners like Florida Crystals and Star Farms to build additional access points, among other things, to make sure that dewatering plans, other things that we reported on to make sure that this expedited construction can happen. The oversight group also discussed the 1043B agreements. This is a new term in our lexicon, and that these agreements are basically partnership agreements with the Corps to construct a federal project with federal funds. And the one project we are constructing with federal funds on the EAA reservoir is the seepage pump station. And this, so we reviewed the schedules because we need to get started on this, right? And so after reviewing the schedules, it appears that they are lining up till we can sign an agreement in July so we can solicit for this construction in August. and therefore meet the 2029 date for the seepage pump station construction. So things, it's a good group of leaders. We are getting things done, and it's, we're going to deliver the CA reservoir in 2029. It really looks like we are. So that's pretty exciting. Moving on from that, on February 5th, the district did acquire 4,825 acres at appraised value for the Lower Kissimmee Stormwater Treatment Area project. As you may recall, this stormwater treatment area treats one of the hottest basins in the Lake Okeechobee watershed, pretty much solves the treatment for that basin, and then has capacity left over to treat the Kissimmee basin as well. And so this is a very important project that now we own the land on. And I also signed the contract to finish design for this project, at which point we'll have information to enter into negotiations to see if we want to move forward with construction or put it out to bid. The other thing I'll point out about this stormwater treatment area is it's going to have some amazing recreational amenities for the communities on the north side of the lake. I would normally report on legislative session at this board meeting, but there really isn't many. What we're monitoring is the budget, and we expect the subcommittees in legislative session to issue some budget proposals later today, maybe towards the end of the day. And this is a subcommittee proposal. It still needs to go to the full committee and the floor on both chambers. So a lot happens between subcommittee proposal and the signing of a budget, but it's a good indicator out of the gate on what people are thinking. The last thing I'd like to report on, and thank you, Chauncey, for coming over and visiting with the EPA administrator, Lee Zeldin, who visited the South Florida Water Management District a couple of Fridays ago. I can't think of another time when an EPA administrator visited these stormwater treatment areas, but we went out and saw the S5A pump station, second largest pump station in the country. And we went out on a stormwater treatment area. This is a partnership we have with EPA because they are very much involved in putting clean water in the Everglades. So we really appreciated him visiting, and I think we took a video. Molly, you want to cue it up? I just want to thank Administrator Lee Zeldin from the Environmental Protection Agency for being here in South Florida in front of a stormwater treatment area that puts clean water in the Everglades. This is a partnership that's been long-standing with us and EPA. We've got them fully built out, 60,000 acres of treatment wetlands, putting water through, putting clean water in the Everglades to send it south through the Everglades and Florida Bay. And we just visited the STA. It's looking good out there, and just really appreciate you being here, sir.
Yeah, we're thrilled to be here with our EPA team, not just from headquarters, but also Region 4. This has been a long-standing partnership with EPA and the federal government, one that we're looking to make even stronger. The Everglades is in good hands with a dedicated, passionate staff. I got a chance to meet many of them. They've dedicated their lives towards this cause, and for the people who live in this area, they should rest easy at night knowing that there's some pros who are selflessly dedicated towards keeping this Everglades as clean as possible.
Thank you for being here, sir.
You got it. Thank you.
All right. All right. Really appreciated his visit. That's all I have for you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Bartlett. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Drew? Nope. Thanks. We'll move now to our first public comment period. If you're here to comment on a specific agenda item, we ask that you hold your comment until we reach that item on the agenda. This comment period is for general comments not related to agenda items. Public comment and consent agenda item is 11 on the agenda, and public comment for discussion items will be heard after the presentation for those items. The public had an opportunity to provide written comment prior to this meeting. We did not receive any e-comments. Is there general public comment today?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We'll begin with Newton Cook, followed by Gil Smart.
Good morning, Newton Cook, United Waterfowlers of Florida. Just a few things. First, thanks for coming up and doing the comments on the lake at the 16 County Coalition meeting. Finally, we got a meeting on Lake Okeechobee, and it was well done. I hope it's just the first of the beginning of paying attention to Lake Okeechobee by the coalition. Also, we need 3 meetings a year, one from the district, one from the Corps, and one from the FWC, just on Lake Okeechobee and talk about what's the conditions today and what are we gonna do to fix them only. Still calling for that. We already have an FWC meeting. It's held here. I don't think it'd be too difficult for the Corps to run a meeting in Clewiston, and I don't think it'd be too difficult to get those three people running. The district and the FWC, I would love for you to come out and watch the Wounded Warrior hunts. We just had 2 extremely successful Wounded Warrior hunts. Unfortunately, STA 1 West is not the place it used to be for duck hunting, but we still managed to have a really good hunt. We bring in these 2 different hunts, 15 per hunt, and they come to the hotels. We have a big dinner for them. Then they have their hunt, and we have a shooting park, Palm Beach. We take them out there for shooting in the Friday afternoon. It's just an incredible thing to see, and these people are just, you just can't do too much for them. I guess that's a nice way of saying it. Our youth hunts went really well. We have one in T.M. Goodwin, which is the St. Johns River Water Management District. Had 131 kids show up. I mean, that place has a permit load of 40, you know, with 3, and we had 131 kids show up with parents, and but again, we have an overnight, a camp out, a dinner, breakfast, the hunt, lunch, and all this is possible by the Fish and Wildlife Foundation of Florida and donors and volunteers. It just couldn't happen. Lake Okeechobee, I am asking that we reduce the spray budget on Lake Okeechobee 50%. Not in spraying, can't do that, we have to have it. But the spraying is not being concentrated enough on where it should be done, and a lot is being done that we could probably not do. The best way to do that, as you all know, you're in the business, cut the budget 50%. You'll be shocked how the needed spraying will be done and the excess spraying will not be done, and all the hell raising and complaints that we're getting will be reduced, and that's going to get worse, not better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Next, we'll hear from Gil Smart, followed by Caitlin Newcamp.
Good morning, Governing Board. My name is Gil Smart. I'm Policy Director for Friends of the Everglades. We were founded in 1969 by Marjorie Stoneman Douglas and based in Stewart. In the early 2000s, our organization filed successful Clean Water Act litigation against the state of Florida to enforce water pollution limits on water flowing into the Everglades from the Everglades agricultural area. As you may know, that case was resolved with the establishment of the Q-Bell, the water quality-based effluent limit for discharges into the Everglades protection area. The court order dictates that phosphorus levels entering the Everglades must not exceed 13 parts per billion for more than 3 years in any 5-year stretch, or 19 parts per billion in any 1 year, beginning with water year 2027, which begins on May 1st of this year. The district is legally required to meet the Q-Bell and must prove that the stormwater treatment area capacity is adequate for meeting it. And in recent years, we've been told we've been making progress. But according to the draft 2026 South Florida Environmental Report, we're progressing in the wrong direction. Water year 2025 was significantly worse than water year 2024. Total phosphorus outflows from STAs 1 East and 1 West rose slightly. Total phosphorus outflows from STA 2 spiked to its highest level in 5 years. STA 3-4, which had been the best performing STA, did not hit the 13 parts per billion mark last year. And STA 5-6, after 4 years of trending down, shot back up. Unless some miracle occurs, it appears the district is not going to meet the Q-Bell. It will be out of compliance with its state-issued water permits for water discharge from the STAs, but beyond that, the water going south will not be clean enough. The too high nutrient levels will continue to harm the Everglades protection area. The draft SFER cites operational challenges during water year 2025, but the question isn't really why is this happening? The question is, what are you going to do about it? What do you do if you can't get the water clean enough with the man-made cleansing marshes that we have? Maybe you can't. Maybe the only answer is that we need more land. I've spoken on several occasions about Friends' Rescue the River of Grass campaign to acquire significantly more land south of Lake Okeechobee to store and clean enough water to fix the flow. Scientific consensus shows that more than 100,000 additional acres are needed to achieve water storage and treatment needs for the Everglades. Sounds like a lot. It's only a fraction of the land in the EAA. The money is available through voter-approved state funds for land acquisition. What we need is willing sellers. But short of this, how does the district expect to meet the QBO, which it's legally mandated to meet? What's the plan? There is no Everglades restoration unless the water is clean, and the water won't be clean until we finish the job and buy the land. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smart. Next, we'll hear from Caitlin Newcamp, followed by Jake Voitik.
Good morning, governing board members, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. Caitlin Newcamp with Audubon, Florida. So first I wanted to just check in on item number 16. We recognize that state law allows for out of basin mitigation. However, we strongly encourage the district and other relevant agencies to prioritize mitigation within the impacted basins and exhaust all feasible opportunities to address impacts locally. Audubon cautions against continued reliance on compensatory mitigation outside of the affected basin. Mitigation should occur as close to the impact site as possible to ensure that local hydrology, water quality, flood protection, and ecological functions are preserved for the communities and ecosystems directly affected by development. Out-of-basin mitigation risks failing to fully replace lost ecological function within the impacted watershed and masks impacts that undermine long-term water management and restoration goals. Next, I wanted to just touch on item number 25. So Audubon appreciates the district's recognition that rapid growth in Cape Coral and Lehigh Acres is placing increasing stress on the mid-Hawthorne and sandstone aquifers. The documented regional declines in groundwater levels is staggering, thus the need to prevent minimum flow and minimum water level violations. While we definitely support the proposed establishment of restricted allocation areas as an important step, we believe this situation underscores the need for more aggressive water conservation measures and more proactive water supply planning across these areas. As noted in the agenda and in the Lower West Coast Water Supply Plan, a large portion of demand is coming from domestic self-supply and landscape irrigation, which are uses that are difficult to regulate and account for. But because these uses are driving the aquifer depletion and decline, Audubon encourages the district to pair allocation limits with stronger demand-side strategies, including expanded conservation requirements and incentives for reduced outdoor water use. We also urge the district to strengthen long-term water supply planning that prioritizes sustainable alternative sources and growth management strategies that reduce reliance on stressed groundwater. So we want to prevent further declines from happening, and we encourage the district to keep this as a priority. We encourage the district to use this rulemaking process as an opportunity to advance stronger conservation expectations that protect these resources for the future. Thank you for your leadership in this area.
Thank you, Ms. Newcamp. Next, for general public comment, we have Jake Voitik, followed by Ben Olson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Governing Board. Jake Voitik with Florida Farm Bureau Federation. Nice to be back in person. Thank you guys for the Lunch and Learn workshop last month. That was great. I'd like to take a moment this morning to speak about Lake Okeechobee briefly. After 5 consecutive years of elevated lake stages and damaging conditions in the lake's littoral zone, the Florida Farm Bureau Federation recognizes the importance of actions taken by the Corps and the South Florida Water Management District to reverse ecological decline. In response to lake conditions and climate forecasts, the Army Corps implemented recovery mode operations that have significantly lowered lake levels. While these actions support ecological recovery, they have also increased risks to regional water supplies for both agriculture and public use. I also want to briefly share that recent cold weather across South Florida has created additional stress for our agricultural producers, with much damage still yet to be determined. Many operations have relied heavily on irrigation for freeze protection and crop recovery, which underscores how critical reliable water supply is during extreme weather events. Under LOSUM, when conditions indicate a risk for entering the water shortage management zone, the Corps relies on the district's guidance to inform lower regulatory releases from the lake. As operational decisions are made in the coming months, we just respectfully request that the South Florida Water Management District provide release recommendations that prioritize conservation of water supply within the lake and this approach we realize is necessary to fulfill the district's responsibility to ensure sustainable water resources under Part 2 of Chapter 373 Florida statute. Thank you guys. Look forward to a good rest of the meeting and today's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foytik. Next, we'll hear from Ben Olson, followed by Greg Olson.
Good morning. Before I begin, I've got a handout for you guys. I'm not sure if that's been passed out yet.
Not yet. Would you like me to pass it out now?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Thank you. You're not gonna. I don't have time to read along with you guys, so I'll go ahead and just start. Fair warning, I'm gonna go slightly over time. There's an item on the consent agenda today related to this topic, but I'm not focusing on that for this public comment. This is specific to WERP itself. As most of you know, I've attended just about every meeting. Since August of 2022, I've spent well over 2,800 hours investigating and researching WERP. For those 3.5 years, I've asked myself how the first 270 pages of tangible evidence on WERP provided to you and other agencies was so polar opposite from what was federally authorized. The document being handed out to you is the why. There's a 3,980 acre elephant in the room, McDaniels Ranch Reservation. There's an undisclosed Seminole Tribe of Florida reservation in the North Feeder Basin that no state or federal agency involved in Everglades restoration knows about. This reservation was established as sovereign territory in July of 2022, the fastest sovereign land transfer for non-adjacent territory in U.S. history. This was 1 month before the landowners were even told of WERP and just a few months before the initial targeted WERDA 2022 authorization. WERP, as authorized, protects, quote, Seminole tribal land. So they expanded the Seminole tribal land before authorization. In fact, that is the only SERP objective that WERP accomplished by the federally authorized plan. The state had to step in with the Feeder Canal Basin Water Quality Program to accomplish the remaining stated goals. I'm going to be very direct when I make this statement. This reservation is for housing. That isn't an opinion, it is the stated goal of the initial Bureau of Indian Affairs request, and Seminole attorneys seemingly misled the Hendry County commissioners on the subject. It was publicly presented as a vanilla transfer, but the fine print shows the housing zoning would only remain in place, quote, for the foreseeable future. Again, I have chosen my words very carefully for this next statement. This land transfer, the fastest Native American land trust transfer in U.S. history, involved what really seems to be bribery of a Hendry County commissioner. In the middle of the land transfer, but before anyone outside of the Bureau of Indian Affairs knew, the chairman of the Seminole Tribe of Florida started Etcha Relations, LLC, with former Hendry County Commissioner Carson Turner. Commissioner Turner hid this company from the county, and the county didn't learn of Etcha Relations until months after the June 2022 commission meeting. Despite the very obvious conflict of interest, former Commissioner Turner led that land transfer vote, swayed the other commissioners, and gave an impassioned speech about helping the tribe in whatever way possible. After that, McDaniels Ranch Reservation was hidden for another 3 years until I came across it on the property appraiser in May of last year. I checked with every single Everglades restoration agency. No one knows about this sovereign territory right in Region 2 of WERP. I don't have the time possible to explain the 109 pages in front of you. What I've said here only scratches the surface, and I can't state further this is Seminole leadership and non-tribal staffers, not tribal members themselves. What is detailed in that report is conclusive to me. In October of 2016, Seminole staffers wanted the Yellow Book plan. Chairman Osceola was elected in November of 2019. Shortly after, the very same staffers lied to manipulate the WERP design to flood 30,000 acres of privately owned primary panther habitat out. They hid the existence of the sovereign territory from everyone involved for years. That new sovereign territory is by their own admission for housing. WERP would
Please
drain
wrap up
the
your
original
comments,
growth
Mr. Olson.
cypress on the land, and that's teeming with panthers, and paved the way to timber, as they admit in their own forestry survey included in that report. Then they can build
Please
housing.
wrap up.
Yes, ma'am. Chairman Osceola and staff turned the Western Everglades Restoration Project into the Western Everglades Housing Project at the
Thank you,
expense of
Mr.
the
Olson.
environment and the integrity of Everglades restoration. I'm sorry I don't have more time to explain it, but I'm happy to meet with any of you at any point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Next, we'll hear from Greg Olson, followed by Daniel DeLisi.
Don't start the clock yet. Good morning. My name's Greg Olson. I'm talking about WERP also. Ben Olson is my son. I'm very proud to say that. Ben has come up with so much stuff. He talks to me all the time, and I tell him, that can't be the case. That can't be the case. He goes, listen to me. Look at this. And every time he proved it right. Now I pretty much figure if Ben says it, it's either the truth or there's an awful lot of facts behind it to make you figure out whether it is the truth or not. Water management, you guys have stepped up to the board and given some concern to the private landowners involved in tens of thousands of acres that are going to be devastated if the work plan as written goes through. You guys have done, a good job trying to help us. The Army Corps has not. The Seminole tribal leadership has not. I'm going to distinguish between tribal leadership and tribal membership. I've had friends and still do, among the Seminole membership for many years. I've known people in the tribe going all the way back to the 70s. That's not the problem. Many of them have spoken out against this plan. It's the tribal leadership that has shown to me no concern for the environment. It's just for their own business interests of the tribe. Even the Miccosukee tribe, in my view, is getting screwed over by the Seminole tribe's attitude and approach. The Army Corps, I think they're being shamed by the Seminole tribal leadership and the way they've dealt with this. The Army Corps grossly misrepresented the facts in their project implementation report. They talked a couple examples. They talked about the natural water flow was overthrew the private land ownership. Ben did a report and proved with 100% certainty that was absolutely false. I think Ben, referred to it as a lie. It is a lie. It was made up. And after that was shown to Army Corps, they left it in their PIR anyway. Worse, in the thousands of pages of the PIR, there's not one mention of another Seminole reservation, 4,000 acres. How could that happen? You have to ask yourself, how could that happen? Well, the first thing that comes to mind is the Seminoles didn't mention it to them. Nobody else knew. If they did know, it's far worse. Ladies and gentlemen, or lady and gentlemen, this property, the private property, and I'm going to go about 10 seconds over. This private property is the best of the land, environmentally speaking. It's better than the reservation. I've been over the reservation. It's better than the Big Cypress Preserve. And the Army Corps and the Seminole Tribe are not doing anything to restore that land. If their plans to restore that land, if their plan goes forward, it will destroy that land. Please keep up your good work and keep working on the alternative plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Next, we'll hear from Daniel DeLisi, followed by Michaela Rogers.
Good morning. Dan DeLisi on behalf of Lee County. So Lee County remains concerned about water flow to the Clusatchee River estuary and impacts to seagrass. We used to have bi-weekly calls with the Corps. Those seem to have stopped. Just a note to those of you who remember 2011, when conditions in the system dry out, you want to increase communication, not decrease communication. I'm not sure what happened to the bi-weekly calls, but I'd urge you to urge the Corps to get them going. Just as a point on your district board meetings, it used to also be that we would have public comment after the conditions report so that we had the benefit of knowing what was going on. You guys have the best science. You could tell us what's going on in the estuary, and then we can talk about what we think afterwards. So I'm somewhat flying blind here. We are concerned with seagrass conditions in the Clusatchee estuary. We know that levels of 350 CFS, which is what you all are recommending that the Corps do at S79, they are below a significant harm threshold. So that's very concerning to us. It doesn't look like the lake will hit the water shortage management band, although the conditions keep drying out and it's getting increasingly likely that it will. But still, I think if I understood the charts that I saw as the preliminary presentation, which I don't have the benefit of listening to first, show that we're above the 50% probability line. So I guess what I'm asking is just more communication through this process. Providing additional flow to the Caloosahatchee River estuary, I don't think moves the needle all that much. So consider it, but more communication is better. I guess my final note is that you are asking for voluntary restrictions in certain parts of the 16 counties where things are really getting bad. I would suggest if you feel the need to ratchet back the Caloosahatchee River estuary, why not ask for voluntary restrictions for all of the Lake Okeechobee service area? Lee County has voluntarily gone down to one day a week for watering. It's not regulatory. You don't have the regulatory authority, I don't think, right now to do it, but you can ask for voluntary restrictions, and hopefully we can avoid water shortage. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. DeLisi. Next, we'll hear from Michaela Rogers, followed by Mark Perry.
Hi, good morning. Chair Goss and governing board members, my name is Michaela Rogers, and I'm here on behalf of the Florida Fruit and Vegetable Association. Florida is a major domestic supplier of fresh produce to the eastern United States during the winter months, with a significant portion of this produce and other specialty crops being grown within this district and relying on Lake Okeechobee as the primary water source. Although the freeze events that we've recently experienced have had significant effects on crops already in the ground, the industry is resilient and they are working tirelessly to recover. Now we fear that the next major hurdle that the industry is going to experience this season, and potentially extending into the next if rainfall patterns do not return to normal, is an unreliable water supply. With the lake levels having remained too high for too long, we understood the need to address the effects on the lake's ecology when the opportunity presented itself in late 2024. The Army Corps' response was to lower the lake levels by initiating recovery mode operations. Those actions have unintentionally increased water supply risks within the region. It was expected that the rainy season would replenish the lake, but that did not materialize as expected. And now it's becoming evident that the lake may drop below the water shortage management zone. As the Army Corps looks to the South Florida Water Management District for guidance on lake releases in the coming months, we request any recommended lake releases by the South Florida Water Management District place a high priority on water supply to ensure that water supply needs of the Lake Okeechobee service area and the lower East Coast are met throughout the remaining dry season and seasons to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Next, we'll hear from Mark Perry, followed by Nyla Pipes.
Good morning, Governing Board. Mark Perry, Executive Director of Florida Oceanographic Society, also co-chair of the Everglades Coalition, and we just had our annual conference in Naples. It was well attended. We had a great turnout, a lot of good, important topics, and particularly celebrating 25 years of restoration work that has gone on. And I was particularly encouraged by the support and help so we could get a lot of students attending this year too. It was really great to see them. What I wanted to kind of mention is that we're, as you know, having a new integrated delivery schedule rolling out. The Corps was rolling out this in recent weeks, and we're looking forward to kind of that draft schedule going forward. Of course, a lot of things have slipped to the right, so to say, and we're encouraging continuing funding, of course, for both federal and state funding to make these initiatives go forward, make these projects go forward. The CERT projects are obviously really, really important, and they are working. I appreciate your publication back in September that shows how much the projects are working, and getting over 78 projects done and under construction and getting near completion. So I was able to take out, and your CERP report also is really good attachment to your agenda, and I hope you look through this and talk with both the Corps and the district staff here about how these progress are moving forward. I was able to take some groups out just this last week to the C23-24 project, which is under construction. The STAs are kind of being completed and getting ready to go online, perhaps even as early as July. That was a really great project to look at. And then we went over to 10 Mile Creek project, which was one of the original critical projects way back when, which was completed and over 19 years old now. And it's a project that still is working, and it's doing well. And so one of the questions I got was from one of our tour group was to say, hey, have we been improving how we do these things? And I said, absolutely, because they remember different STAs and how they were built. I said, it's not only in the construction, and we're better at doing that, but also the operation of our STAs and our reservoirs for these projects. So regional projects are good. Kudos to everybody, the Corps and the district, for participating together. We all got to work together to help restore the Everglades. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Next, we'll hear from Nyla Pipes, followed by Ali Pachenka.
Good morning, everybody. Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. So since our last meeting, and I last spoke to y'all, I've attended several different meetings, including the review of the draft IDS, where if you really dig into it, it is incredibly apparent that the EAA reservoir, while expedited, if you dig into the fine print, it says completion projected 2031. And operational testing and monitoring is going to go on through 2036. So I wanted to start with that framework because the other meetings that I attended yesterday are the A2 STA operational plan, the interim operational plan meetings. And I want to talk about that because if you have not really dug into what that operational plan looks like, I think we all need to, especially as we sit here with a rather extreme drought going on that we didn't necessarily anticipate being as bad as it already is. We have a habit of projecting what the weather is going to do and making choices based on our water supply, hoping it all turns out. And I know there's a lot of science involved, but really Mother Nature rules the day, as we are now seeing. Bottom line is, with this A2 STA being expedited well in advance of the EAA reservoir that it is coupled with, we are going to have a number of years where we are not only going to have to continue to stretch our water pie that comes from Lake Okeechobee to continue to provide water supply for both LOSA and Lexa people, right? Crops, but also for our already existing stormwater treatment areas, for our already existing water conservation areas. These things cannot be allowed to dry out because that will kill them too, right? So I think we need to be very, very careful as we move forward with this operational plan for the A2 STA. And I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. I am all for expediting projects, but there is a reason in SERP that the projects were prioritized the way that they were. And if we're going to mess with the order on the IDS, we need to be realistic about what we're doing. We need to be really on top of the unintended consequences that are possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Next, we'll hear from Ali Pachenka, followed by Ryan, who has his hand raised on Zoom.
Good morning. My name is Ali Pasenka, and I'm here from the Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation. Can you hear me okay?
We hear you.
Great. So I drove over from Sanibel today to talk about something that we've been talking about. The Caloosahatchee estuary really needs more water, and I understand there are a lot of stakeholders, but we're really getting into a critical position here, and we're looking at multiple years of harm to the estuary. So as of yesterday, our 14-day average flow at S79 had been below the very bottom of the optimum flow envelope for 108 days. So as we know, that envelope is set up to protect seagrass and oysters that provide critical ecosystem services and also provide habitat for the basis of our food web and our fisheries. So the flows we have been receiving are around 350, and I just want to remind everyone that 750 is the absolute bottom of the envelope to keep those habitats healthy. 350 is also far below the MFL. We have been receiving flows below the MFL as of yesterday for 78 days. And that's defined as harm that takes multiple years to recover. So what that means is the tape grass will stop being viable habitat for juvenile fish, and those are the fish that grow up to sustain our fish populations, and they sustain the large game fish that thousands of people a year come to our region looking for. And that would be a huge loss to our local economy. We also know that losses to regional economies in Florida equate to losses to the entire state's economy, because people sort of look at Florida as the big picture when they're coming here. And this is also really hard to talk to the public about, because honestly, our water looks so beautiful right now. It looks like water in the Keys. So people are like, great, the water's perfect. But those are the same tourists that in a couple years will come back and ask, where are all the fish? And unfortunately, we'll have to point them to decisions that are being made right now. And I want to thank those of you who have talked to us on this issue, but I also know that partners have sent letters on this topic and they have not gotten a response. It's also going to be 2 months in between the last public engagement meeting we had with the Corps and the next one. So it's kind of felt like we're shouting into a void on this issue. But I'm here today to ask you to please hear us and please genuinely consider the long-term impacts of this to our ecosystems and our economy. And we're a region that's still recovering from multiple great losses to our ecosystems and economy. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pasenka. Next, we'll move over to our Zoom participants with Ryan. Ryan, please unmute your mic.
Good morning, can you hear me?
We hear you.
Good morning, Ryan Rossi, Director of the South Florida Water Coalition, and as always, thank you for the opportunity to comment. I just want to briefly focus on something that I've been speaking about for years now, which is protecting our water supply. This is something I think really deserves everyone's attention, especially after the drought conditions we've witnessed the last few cycles, including now. And a lot of it comes down to what a lot of the other commenters have been talking about, which is Lake Okeechobee, which, as everybody knows, is critically important to South Florida's water supply because it serves as the primary freshwater resource for the region. As the largest freshwater lake in Florida, it stores and distributes water to millions of residents, as well as to important stakeholders, which includes the Everglades. The lake helps recharge groundwater, our aquifer, and provides both drinking water and environmental balance to our area. As I've expressed many times before, management has always been a concern. In recent years, prolonged high lake levels prompted management to lower them, but this actually increased regional water supply risks. And due to the inefficient rainfall that we've had, lake levels may create shortage conditions, which we've flirted with for the last several years now, and I anticipate will be the same going forward. So under LOSM, the Army Corps will follow the district's recommendations for reduced lake releases. And what I'm urging you all to do, the district, is to prioritize water supply when making its recommendations to the Corps in order to meet the water supply needs of South Florida. I think we need to continue to prioritize supply. More people are moving into South Florida every single day. I'm a realtor, I know that. And ensuring that we have water for everybody should be paramount. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. Mr. Chairman, we have no additional general public comment.
Thanks, Molly. Thanks very much to all of you for your comments. Appreciate them. We'll move now to a board member comment. And let's see. I'll start with you, Mr. Hurley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, as we're heading into a very dry period, I know it's on everybody's radar screen, and I want to applaud the district's, Drew and the staff's anticipation of maybe some potential challenges by taking some, making some preparations that I think will put us in good stead if we get to a more critical stage than we are now. So that's all I have right now.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's see. Couple things. Get started with some superlatives. Some of you may have seen the every 10-year cattle drive that happens in the state of Florida, recognizing kind of the history of cattle and history of cowboys and just the fact that we are a cattle state also. And one of the things I want to commend district staff for coordinating with the cattle drive this year. They camped out for I think 2 nights, right, at Grassy Island. They're on district land, held the cows overnight before they drove them into Okeechobee, and was a big deal. And I think that there were some other a lot of other things that district staff helped out with. So I want to commend Drew, your staff, for helping to get that going. Tuesday night was the annual Florida Ag Hall of Fame dinner and induction ceremony, and we had 2 folks. They inducted 3 folks, but 2 folks are pretty important to our South Florida area. First, I want to recognize Mr. Dennis Wedgeworth, who was inducted, the Wedgeworth family. Mr. Dennis is with their family business, both with fertilizer, with the fertilizer plant, but also with farming operations, both farming south of the lake and cattle operations north of the lake. He was recognized for the significant impacts that he's had on the agricultural industry. From the fertilizer side, the family have been leaders in adopting the 4 R's, and then just for water quality, their leadership on water quality. The other inductee was Mr. Woody Larson. Woody Larson, dairy farmer, cattle rancher from up in Okeechobee, and who takes care of, he leases some of our land, some of the district land. He's caretaker. In fact, he leases the Grassy Island property from the district, but also we've got some other projects with he and his family on water quality improvements. And so both those individuals are highly involved in the South Florida Water Management District, and so I want to congratulate them formally on their induction into the Ag Hall of Fame. The county coalition met was it last Friday, and had a lot of good discussions there, all centered around Lake Okeechobee. The Corps did start off when they briefed everybody up on the draft IDS, but then the district, Ms. Reynolds, rolled into talking about things that the district is working on and in consideration of low lake levels, and then that parlayed into FWC and DEP also going through everything that they're going to do. And so it was a very educational meeting. We may hear about some of it this afternoon or in discussion, but parts that you don't, the DEP projects, they're some pretty good projects. And so I want to commend the state and our other agencies for stepping up with the potential opportunity of a low lake level. Picayune Strand, it's been mentioned already, but wow, what an impressive feat. It's been a long time coming. The first CERT project to start under construction, and it's finally finished. But the reason I bring it up is I want to congratulate one of our fellow board members who has just been, from what I have seen, been a bulldog and has helped to spearhead and force that project along since her service, Colonel Roman. Part of that completion goes to you, and I just want to say congratulations, Colonel Roman. Your tenacity, I know, especially working with the Corps, working with the protective features, just hearing you talk about it and seeing you when we visited Naples for the board meeting and seeing her interaction with the staff while we were there. She spoke and they jumped, and it's because she had chewed on them a little bit. And so no, Colonel Roman, congratulations on Picayune Strand. We had a couple, Michaela and Jake, talked about cold weather events. Yeah, we all know. I mean, that was unprecedented cold weather. Scott, you had iguanas falling down everywhere. Hopefully, you did your job in picking up some iguanas.
Put them in my car.
Put them in your car. Left them for the wife. Nice. And good eating. Alligator. Okay, alligator. Mr. Ron ate a bunch of iguanas, it sounds like. saving the alligators, eat iguana. But it had devastating effects when it came to crops, and they mentioned it. Talking to, I called around the week after, and it was still early. Everybody was still trying to analyze their fields, because it takes time to see all the crop damage show up. And I think they referenced it in their comments today. It's you got some of the harm hadn't even showed up yet. But you talk to some farmers, complete losses of green beans, complete losses of corn, sweet corn, field corn. You've got sugar cane that's been damaged. You've got celery sustained some damage. You've just got a whole host of vegetables, and the talk of replanting. You lose one crop. Well, if you're expecting that crop to help make you through, and you lose it, and you don't, you have all the expenses go into it, you've got to replant it. You got to keep going. And so I want to commend the farmers for their tenacity, and yeah, I hope that we can do everything to make sure that they have all the water that they need. Along with that cold weather, there were some freeze protection releases that happened, and I want to thank district staff for working with everybody. Everybody I've talked to, the freeze protection aspect of that cold weather snap, they said the district went above and beyond in helping those farmers with the water resources during that event. Somebody mentioned the let's see, who was it? Was it somebody mentioned 2-week stakeholder meetings, forums with the Army Corps of Engineers, and it wasn't, several years ago before LOSOM. When we were under LORS, that was kind of a standard deal. You had every 2 weeks, you had a stakeholder briefing, so that everybody could kind of tune in. Everybody could see the information that the decision makers are seeing, and also provide their comment and their interpretation of it. And I do think that for whatever reason during this swap over to kind of a new forum schedule under LOSOM with the Corps, that we've lost some. Well, there's been more time between some of these local engagement meetings, and I just would encourage our district staff to work with the Corps so that we can have some more, especially during going into this what could be an extreme dry weather event. That we have more of these open forums. I know they take time. I know they take our smart people, and you have to present at a forum and listen when you may not get much out of it. But I think it is important that we listen to our stakeholders and we give them an opportunity to provide their local boots on the ground input. I know that's happening. I know y'all do it, independently, but I do think that an open forum, I'd like to see the Corps have more opportunities for the public to engage during this event. Finally, we'll get into it a little bit later. Mr. Olson, Ben, Mr. Gregg, that's a lot of information you've put together here. And just flipping through it, especially flipping through the back, my finger turned to the back. I turned to page 89 right off the bat, which was kind of more of a relevant page to today. And when Western Everglades came before us and was authorized, the project, there were challenges, and there still were a lot of unknowns. I think that that plan did get approved. Somebody has said before, don't let perfect get in the way of good. Unfortunately, I think there's still some things to work out. If we've got some other decisions to make here that affect what the state may do on water quality, water quality improvements to make work, I think we need to have a discussion. if there's some things here that are going to impede those water quality improvements. So I would open that up and be interested if staff has any input there, because that's pretty thick. There's a lot of information there to digest. Mr. Chair, I've gone on and on. I'll skip the rest of mine. That's my report.
There's always another opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Butler. Mr. Steinley.
None right now, Mr. Chair, thanks.
Thanks, Vice Chair Wagner.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I just want to say how proud I am of this board and district and staff and everybody that's come before us, and hopefully those that'll come after us as well. But, you know, things in the beginning when we first were appointed, you know, Picayune Strand seemed like that was, you know, a forever project. Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands, you know, people would talk about the Everglades, but in Miami-Dade County, you would hear from people who had been involved for a long time about the Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands project. And seeing these things come to fruition is just a monumental milestone, I think, for the district, because we have projects that are absolutely huge and huge necessities for us, and those tend to get correctly prioritized. We have emergency situations that take resources from us, and we have other projects that are important but may not be on the top of everyone's list, but there's certainly things people want to get done, and we're taking care of those too. So it really makes me proud. I you know, when I first got here, I was told, I'll never forget it. I've spoken to a lot of people throughout the years, but I'll never forget these 4 words: prepare to be disappointed. Somebody told me that in the first week that a stakeholder that I met with, and I'll literally never forget it. I mean, it irritated me beyond belief, and, you know, it really motivated me in many ways, but I haven't been disappointed not once by this district. I think we've done a great job, and I want to make note of, in terms of being proud. Sometimes we walk through those doors for these meetings, and it is just an absolute packed house. This morning we walked through, and I've come to learn that sometimes it's a packed house because we got something juicy on the agenda, but most of the time it's a packed house because the other people in the district are coming here to celebrate their team members who are being honored for a variety of reasons, whether they're Employee of the Month or Team of the Month or 25 or 30-year service award. Culture matters. I mean, it matters in an organization regardless of where you are, and it matters not just from leadership and top down, but it matters from bottom up. People got to buy in, and they got to like who they're working with on a day-to-day basis. And, you know, it gives me a tremendous source of pride to see people in the district show up to support their fellow employees and team members and whatnot. I think it's a wonderful thing. And sometimes I come in surprised because I'm like, is there something on the agenda that I wasn't aware of? Did something happen in between my drive up from Miami 2 days ago? But the reality is that it's a group of people who are here to support one another, and it's really a wonderful thing to see. So I'm very proud of what we've done here, and hopefully we'll continue it moving forward.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Well said. Mr. Bergeron.
Well, first of all, Happy New Year to my fellow board members and all of our stakeholders and our staff. I'm so excited about 2026. You know, what we started 25 years ago. And I was there with Jeb Bush at the signing of this largest environmental restoration ever attempted in the history of the world. You've heard me say this before, and certain people have asked me, can we accomplish all this? And I always say this: if we can send someone to the moon in a rocket ship, we ought to be able to save our planet. And I'm just so excited, because over this 25 years, great accomplishments, and it has a lot to do with all of our federal partners, the Corps, and our staff. I'm just amazed at the people that we have working here and the intellectual knowledge over time to accomplish such a feat. And I'm really honored to be a part of that. A little update on the Tamiami Trail, and I bring this up at every meeting because that particular completion will benefit the whole global system, from Orlando to Florida Bay. Moving water south, and we all here move water south, and we've come a long way. We built all the bridges on the Tamiami Trail, completed them 8-10 years ago. The road will be completed July, August of this year. One of the largest dams, 80-90 miles across, cutting the Everglades in half. Due to Drew's leadership and all of our staff, we have a Zoom meeting at least every 2 months. And our staff has put together a critical path. What are the barriers once the road is finished to allow water to move south? And I want to compliment you, Drew, and all of our staff. It's a detailed, critical path. And that's the Osceola camp, that's elevating the airboat tourists on the south side of the road. There's a tower out there that has to have elevations and roads lifted. And I'm happy to say that we're moving very quickly on the emergency deviation, which allows the S12 A and B and the 343 A and B, the western side of Shark River Slough. The 1 million acre feet that we started with will be freely flowing very shortly. On the eastern side, we've started the Blue Shanty, a part of the Blue Shanty, and I think it's extremely important that we accelerate, and I don't want to say prioritize because every project's important, but accelerate the finishing of the Blue Shanty. That's the last missing link other than west of the L28 across the Tamiami Trail to allow water under the trail on the western side to flow southwest into Lossman Slough and onto the 10,000 Islands, unrestricted by gravity and Loop Road. We're right on that threshold of getting the benefit of projects that we started 25 years ago. And I'm extremely excited, and I want to compliment our staff. I want to compliment the Corps, Department of Interior, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, the Park Service, DOT, all of us working together by this year to have water moving south. DOT has also agreed to let us leave the L29 at 8.5 year-round. We were restricted, I think, Drew, to 120 days. That just moves more water south. So we're on the threshold of one of the biggest benefits that we've seen over this 25 years. And I'm very excited to be a part of that. I want to thank Colonel Roman on the Picayune Strand, her pushing and shoving and disciplines for that project. Thank you, Colonel Roman. And I also want to thank Greg Olson and Ben Olson. And I really believe that our board, you should really look at this information. We're getting into Western Everglades, and the Western Weir portion is extremely important. It's primary panther habitat. Just look at the radar hits. Everything that lived on Earth before man enters lives in this area. And we need to make sure that at the end of the day, we do everything we can for the Seminole tribe to keep them whole. We need to make sure that the Big Cypress Preserve, our public lands, and our private Everglades are all protected and restored. And the number one stakeholder is the environment. And I want to thank our staff that's been out there putting together a plan that truly restores with all the modeling. And just understand the Big Cypress Preserve is not the river of grass, okay? It's a rain-driven pocketed system. It's 50% uplands and 50% wetlands. And every cypress dome for 100 miles is totally surrounded by pine islands and oak heads. It's not the river of grass. So when you look at the PowerPoints that's been presented over all this time frame, everyone says it's a rain-driven system. Well, if it's a rain-driven system, you can't pump foreign agricultural water, even if it was clean, into a rain-driven system. And I just think our staff is all over it, making sure at the end of the day, the Seminole tribe is whole, the private property owners are whole, and the environment's the number one stakeholder, whether it's private, public, or tribal. And I'm really excited about where we're headed and to come up with a plan. I do want to thank Greg Olson, and he should be very proud of his son. He's the next generation. And the information that's in here it's the history of the whole area. And their family's been out there 100 years. And most of the families in this geographical area, which is right in the wildlife corridor, and it's the main corridor for connectivity with the panther to the Caloosahatchee. It's a very sensitive, pristine area. And as we go forward, I'm sure we're smart enough that we can save the Big Cypress Preserve, the River of Grass, the tribal lands, the private Everglades lands. We all live in this world together. Wildlife don't know boundaries. So, I apologize for talking so much, but I entered this area in 1946, and I've seen a lot. And you can walk into a cypress dome and look at a 500-year-old tree that was there when the Spaniards landed 500 years ago, and you can actually see the high water mark. You can see it on the trees. So as we continue to go forward, and the more we all communicate together, we're going to come up with a plan that at the end of the day, we protect the tribe, we protect the private Everglades, and we protect our public lands. And I just can't tell you how honored I am to be a part of this. And I do want to thank Newton Cook. This man is at every meeting, and he has fought, I wouldn't say fought, but he has brought to our attention, and I want to thank our staff for sustainable access and enjoyment to the public. Not only for the wounded warriors, but for the public, for the biking that we've allowed on our levees, for the duck hunting, for people to be able to have sustainable access to these public lands. And sustainable is the key. And we're on a really good path here. I'll apologize, Mr. Chair. I know I get carried away here, but I can't help myself. And it's very dangerous when you give a redneck cowboy alligator wrestler a microphone. But I'm really excited, and I'm looking forward to working with all of our stakeholders, and I want to compliment them dearly in regards to their passion. And the more we communicate, we're going to be coming up with solutions that we're truly restoring. We've been very blessed. I want to compliment our governor our legislators. The kind of funding we've been getting is amazing, the support we're getting. And that's why it's so important that as we continue to go forward, that we do the right thing and we truly restore. So thank you and Happy New Year.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron.
And long live the Everglades.
I was waiting for that. Thank you. Mr. Spotswood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Start by just reiterating some of Vice Chair Wagner's comments related to how proud I am to be part of this board and working with this staff on all the issues that we see. You know, when I started this, I got briefed on, you know, what the time commitments were, what meetings we had to be to. I did not know that every other week I'd be at a ribbon cutting, but I'm very, very excited for that. That's fantastic. Lastly, for me, you know, Governing Board Member Hurley made some comments about the dry season we're in. We heard a little bit from stakeholders, Caloosahatchee from Southwest Florida. We heard from some folks in the EAA. You know, I've heard a lot from folks in Southeast Florida, as well as the Florida Keys. You know, this water ultimately makes its way all the way down from the EAA through the STAs and down, hopefully, all the way through Shark River Slough and into Florida Bay. And it certainly is important to us as well. I understand some of the concerns on Southwest Florida. So I just want everybody to be patient with us and our staff as we work through shortages, allocation of water and priority, and how that's going to work. So thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Spotswood. Mr. Martinez.
Nothing at this time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Charlie. Colonel Roman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Butler and Mr. Bergeron, for your kind words. But I can assure you that there were hundreds of people over the years, over the 17 years it took to complete the Picayune Strand Restoration Project, that all contributed to its success and us getting it across the finish line. And I'd like to congratulate the district and Corps staff on a job well done in advancing Everglades restoration and certainly completing the Picayune Strand Restoration Project. And I'd like to give a special shout out to Jennifer Reynolds and her team. Talk about a stellar team that worked through the many issues to us being successful in completing that project. So Jennifer, you and your team, a special thank you to your amazing work in getting that done. And I think that one of the benefits that we have to gain from completing this project is the fact that the Corps assets that were tied up at the Picayune Strand, and one of the things that I shared with General Kelly was, you know, just get it done. This way you can take all your equipment and move it to another project where you need some extra effort. And I think that's one of the benefits that we have to gain for completing this project and all of our projects, but this one in particular, where they had heavy equipment tied up for years on end. And now they'll be able to take those resources, I hope, and move them to some of the other priority projects, hopefully in the EAA, to keep that reservoir on track and get that done. So thanks to everyone. That's an 85 square mile restoration, restoring the hydrology of that entire area that will serve in a positive way generations to come. So thank you. Another item that I have is a congratulations for the Ag Hall of Fame inductees. Special shout out to Woody Larson. He has been volunteering his time working with the district staff and me and Jennifer Reynolds on leasing recommendations for our program, him and several others, but I'd like to give him a shout out. He's certainly been a partner with the district. And one of the things that I'd also like to add is that it's been a while since we, as a board, got an update on the Western Everglades Restoration Project. And Drew, what I'd like to share is that I'd like to ask is, if when you feel it's appropriate, I'd like to get an update on where we are with any of the changes that have been made or designs that have been reviewed or where we are on that. It just seems like it's been a while since we've gotten an update. So whenever you feel that's appropriate, I'd like to see that come to the board. Okay, that's all. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Colonel Roman. As a resident of Southwest Florida, I'm incredibly proud of Picayune Strand and what happened there. It's really neat. Most of the projects are on this coast, so it's really fun to have something over on our coast. I want to thank the Corps of Engineers, particularly the Assistant Secretary of the Army Tell and Major General Kelly for making the trip down here, and to DEP Secretary Lambert for being here. That was awesome. Colonel Bowman really, I think he upped his MC game. He's not quite at Drew's level, but I think he's close. So it was a very, very good program. I'd like to thank the Colonel and let him know I think he did a great job. And forever I am going to know Picayune Strand as Charlotte Strand. We don't have to rename it, but Charlotte has done such an incredible job that it's forever in my mind when I drive past it. I'm thinking of Charlotte. So Charlotte, thank you so much for all you did to just keep pushing on that. I know it would have happened eventually, but eventually came a lot sooner. Thanks to you. I'd like to thank our administrator, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, for taking the time with his staff, his DC staff, and his District 4 staff for coming down and taking the time and the effort to look around and see what we're doing. It's really, really helpful to us that he knows, and I look forward to the partnership going forward. And I'd like to thank Audubon, Florida. They gave us a sort of brisk, it's probably 40 degrees tour of Corkscrew Swamp, and they've made such incredible progress taking some of the willows out of there. I hadn't been there in 4 or 5 years, and Drew and I got a chance to go around in a swamp buggy and Jen and chatter a little bit as we drove around and saw the progress they've made. So I appreciate that and want to thank them. And I want to thank Rich Virgil for the lunch and learn. That was really, really wonderful. I learned a lot, and it's amazing what this district does. Newton Cook, as Mr. Bergeron said, does an amazing job for this district, and I thank him for all the volunteer hours and hours and hours he puts in, and I'm very intrigued by his recommendation to cut the spraying budget by 50%. I don't know if that's doable, but I think it's something that warrants looking at. And I want to thank, we're going to get into the drought issue in a little bit, but I did have a chance to go with Drew and some other folks to look at what we're going to do in order to forward deploy some pumps as the lake gets lower, because the lake's going to get lower. And I appreciate the staff for being so proactive, and to reiterate what Mr. Hurley said, it really is encouraging to see us getting ahead of this and not waiting for it to happen and then wondering how we got there. We're getting ready for it, which I appreciate. I think the folks in water supply appreciate that too. I heard a couple of times, I think someone mentioned water supply risk, and I just want to caution you that, yeah, there absolutely is water supply risk, but there's also estuarine risk, and there's lake health risk, and there's Everglades risk. So there's a lot of risk, and that's our job up here, is to try and manage that all. And it's a big job, and we'll be talking about it later. So now we're going to move to a consent agenda. Is there any board member who wants to move any item to consent for discussion?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I'd like to move item 22 to discussion.
Okay. Which item? Oh, I'm sorry.
Item number 22, which is amendments to the criteria manual for Seminole Water Rights Compact.
Okay. We'll do that. First we'll do consent, and then we'll come back to that. So is there a discussion on consent minus item 22?
For a public comment?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Public comment. You know what I meant.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do. So we'll begin with Mark Perry, followed by Jeff Dixon.
Morning again, Governing Board. Mark Perry. I just wanted to point out item 21, which is the benthic habitat substrate mapping for the northern estuaries, and it's a really good move to try to get that mapping done. It's part of the recover metrics that we look at oyster reefs and other habitats within the estuaries, in particular, to map them out. And it'll also be very important to kind of make sure those mapping gets done. So we're critical to move forward on another component, which is the habitat restoration in these estuaries, but also the component of muck removal. So this muck removal has been deposited, as you know, over probably 8,000 metric tons a year on an average from the lake discharges into the St. Lucie estuary particularly, is now hopefully lessened by LOSM and the new management of the lake. But the idea all that muck is still kind of sits there, and it causes a lot of issues with not only oyster but seagrass habitat and other habitats. So once we map out the oyster reefs and the benthic habitats there, this mapping is very much needed because there hasn't been mapping done in many, many years. So appreciate that and moving forward on that particular item. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Next, we'll hear from Jeff Dixon, followed by Ali Pasenka.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Not sure how I got moved to this particular item here, or this area here, but I'm here to talk about the Western Weir of Warp. And I have great news. Things are absolutely fantastic in God's country. They're as they should be. The habitat is doing fantastic. The wildlife is doing fantastic. We have a little bit of water left in some of our deeper cypress heads right now. We're hoping that will dry up here in the next month or so that ground can crack open and can allow the nutrients when it starts raining to get into that soil, and we can have a prosperous wet season. That's kind of what we're looking for. As we've talked about, Mr. Bergeron brought this up, we get to the high water level pretty much every single year out there. So the need for foreign water is certainly not necessary in this area. We definitely have the ability nowadays to push water where God and nature did not intend it to go. And that's something that we need to use for good, not for bad. And as we spoke of earlier, we have the second largest pump in the country, and all this is wonderful as long as it's being used the right way. Pushing water, foreign water particularly, into a rain-driven system is just a bad idea. It's by definition a rain-driven system. So I'd like all of us to think about and look at exactly what we're going to do here and make sure it's done properly. The other thing I wanted to talk about is we're still talking about doing an operable, closable culvert in the Kissimmee Billy Strand. And it's funny because every time I talk about this with anyone on the staff, they all say the same thing. Oh, but we're never going to close it. And my comment on that has always been, well, great. If we're not going to close it, then let's save the taxpayers millions of dollars and let's not build it. Because no one in this building can tell us a reason why we would ever close that. It's been a system that's flowed since before that 500-year-old tree that Mr. Bergeron talked about. And having man close it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. One person told me one time, well, we have to build it because if the water's too polluted, then we have to close it because that water can't go on the Indian reservation. Well, think about that statement. So what we're saying is we're going to test the water, we're going to find it's too polluted, so we're going to close the culvert, and now we're going to push water in unnatural amounts onto A+ rated panther habitat. And oh, by the way, it's too polluted. Does that make is there any entity in the world outside of the government that would use that logic? It just doesn't make any sense to me. The other thing I wanted to mention is that this huge report that you all have on your desk there that Mr. Ben Olson prepared, please take the time to read that. There's a lot of information there, as we've said. It's definitely, a lot of things in there are unethical. I think some of them are criminal, but I'm not an attorney, they are. Please take a look at that.
Please wrap up
just
your comments, Mr. Dixon.
see what's been happening. The last thing I wanted to say was, you guys, your staff, and your people are doing a wonderful job moving this Western Weir in the right direction. And it's definitely going the right way, and we really appreciate all you guys are doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon.
Have a great day.
Next, we'll hear from Ali Pasenka.
Good morning again. I'm here to echo Mark Perry's comments on number 21, the benthic habitat and substrate mapping of the northern estuaries. On behalf of the Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation, we are very excited to see this on the agenda and just want to speak in support of that. We know having the data on oysters and benthic habitat will really help with the protection and restoration of those habitats. So we're excited to see that and we're in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pasenka. Mr. Chairman, we have no hands raised on Zoom and we have no additional public comment on consent.
Thanks. Thank you all for your comments. Could I have a motion and a second to approve consent agenda items? That'd be 13 to 25 minus 22.
Make a motion.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Any discussion? I'll call that question. Mr. Spotswood?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Mr. Steinley?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Hurley?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
And Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Thanks. That passes unanimously. And let's go to 21 now. Or 20, I'm sorry, 22. Thank you. Mary Cruz, is that you?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd ask Mary Cruz to give a general brief on this item before we take it up.
Good morning, governing board members. I'm going to talk to you today about the criteria manual amendments, and I'm going to go ahead and say I am freezing, so I apologize if my voice quivers. It is very cold in here for those of you who have sat here for the last 2 hours, but I'll go ahead and start. Okay, so I'm going to talk to you about the criteria manual amendments, but I'm also going to talk to you about the two documents that we're, give you a quick background about the two documents we're talking about, and then a little bit more detail about the amendments that are before you today. So we'll get started. So the Water Rights Compact. So the parties here to this compact are the Seminole Tribe of Florida, the district, and the state of Florida. And this compact came out of a land settlement agreement that resolved several issues between the state, the district, the tribe, and the federal government. And it was signed in 1987, and as you see, subsequently codified by federal and state law. So the compromise here with the compact was that it recognized the tribe's sovereignty. It provided the tribe the ability to develop its lands, but it also assured the district that the tribe's management of water would be consistent to those of the regulated community. So then we have the criteria manual, which is an extension of the compact. So for those of you that are familiar with environmental resource permitting or consumptive use permitting, which I will call ERP and CUP for short, we have what's called an applicant's handbook, and that details all of the criteria and evaluation process that we do for our permits. So the criteria manual is very similar to that, and that's what it's meant to be, a operable procedures manual. This is also, the criteria manual is between the state of Florida, the tribe, and the district. Again, it was also adopted in 1987. So before you today, what you have are amendments to Chapter 7 of the Criteria Manual. So Chapter 7 actually covers the administrative procedures for submitting, reviewing, and authorizing work plans for the tribe. And a work plan is the functional equivalent of a permit. And before I get into the edits, I'll say that this part of the criteria manual really just speaks to the procedure. It doesn't speak to any criteria for evaluating the work plans or any of the other things that we look at when we're evaluating the work plan. This is simply, what does the process look like? So currently, right now, the way the criteria manual is written and Chapter 7 is written, the tribe has to submit a work plan every year on June 1st. And this work plan has to include all construction projects or water use on all of the tribal lands and reservation lands. So it's a very comprehensive work plan. And so that's given to our staff to review. And then throughout the year, they, if need to, amend that work plan. And so staff is constantly having to go back and review that entire document, and it doesn't really mirror the workflow process that we have for our regulated communities, our ERP and our CUPs. And so that's part of the impetus for this amendment. We want to streamline the process for our staff members so that we are able to do the same workflow process that we do for the regulated community with the tribe's work plans. So what the edits propose are, instead of annual submittals, we're going to do work plans for every project, right? So that will mirror more what the ERP community does, right? Again, we're asking to change some of the authorization timelines so that it aligns more with the ERP and CUP. I'm going to talk about that in the next slide because I have a flow chart that I think will explain that a little bit better. And then the other main edit is that we're allowing for minor modification of work plans. So in our ERP and our CUP program, we allow for minor modification of permits where you don't have to do a full review. And this is usually when there's no impact to the resource. So we just do what's called a letter modification. So now the tribe will have that ability with their work plans as well. So this is a flow chart that describes the criteria manual work plan process and the district's ERP process. I will go ahead and say that both of these flow charts assume that that we receive on day one from both the tribe and ERP submitters a complete application. And I'll say that that's rarely the case, right? Rarely do we receive every single thing that we need to make a decision. But that for the purpose of this exercise, that's what this assumes, that we get all the information. So we don't ask for, we don't do any requests for additional information, which is an RAI, and that there's no challenge to the work plan or to the permit. So let me walk you through what that looks like. So I'm going to start with the proposed criteria manual changes. Here, if you have signed up in our reg permitting system to get notification on any tribal activity, on day one, when they file this work plan, you get notified. And then you have 14 days, and then you have an additional 14 days, presumably if there are no issues, right? If we deem the work plan complete, we don't ask for any additional information, to provide comment. And I want to point this out because this is not something that's available to our regulated community for our ERPs and our CUPs. That's not part of the regulatory framework. So what happens here is interested parties can submit comments to the district during this time, during this 28-day time. Members of the public can send comments in for staff to review about the tribe's work plan. And what that does, it provides this interactive process that allows staff to, if they do have those questions as well, submit those as RAI questions to the tribe. Say, hey, how are you going to address, turbidity on this particular construction project? If that's just an example, right? And so then after those 28 days, if everything is complete, then we move to a notice of proposed action. That's when we authorize the work plan. And then you have 7 days to file a challenge to that and request a hearing with the governing board. Assuming that does not occur, then you get final agency action. And this whole thing, again, with no hiccups, is 36 days. Before, it used to be 71 days. So we're trying to reduce the time it takes to review these work plan authorizations, and by also having that other change where they can submit it by project basis versus an entire, all of their projects in one document, this would actually work. And so let me compare it to the ERP process. So down here, this blue bubble assumes a lot. It assumes that the day that we receive the ERP application, we deem it complete, meaning we have everything we need. By rule, we have 30 days to deem it complete. This also assumes that on the same day we get the ERP, we issue the ERP, which also is a rare occurrence. But I just wanted to highlight, if everything goes great, how long does both of these processes take? So if we issue the permit the same day we get it, you have 21 days to file for an administrative challenge. I'll highlight here that there is no regulatory framework for public engagement until after the staff has issued the permit. And then what you're doing is you're doing an administrative challenge in front of a DOA judge, which is very different than up here where you get to send comments to us and engage with us while we're still reviewing the work plan. And then if there is no challenge, though, it becomes agency action and it becomes final in 22 days. So those are that's how the criteria manual changes, if implemented, would compare to our regulatory process. If you approve this decision today, I want to tell you a little bit about what happens next. If the tribes council also approves the resolution, we move to the governing cabinet, sitting as the Florida Land and Water Adjudicatory Commission, FLAWAC, which is fun to say. And if they approve that, then the district publishes a notice of the amendment, and a substantially affected third person at this point could also challenge it. And they have 15 days from us publishing that notice, but it's limited to challenging it by saying that, the amendment itself violates the compact. So for your consideration today, I have this resolution, and if you have any questions, let me know.
Mr. Spotswood, you have any?
No, thank you, Mary Cruz, for presenting that. I just gotten a few questions about it, need some more information myself, so I thought it was good for the general public to hear that. Thank you.
Thanks. Does any governing board member have, actually, is there public comment on this?
Yes,
I
Mr.
bet there is.
Chairman.
Let's hear that.
I do have a comment.
Sure.
We'll hear first from Michelle Defender-Fur.
Good morning, Governing Board. It's my pleasure to be here today on behalf of the Seminole Tribe of Florida. We very much appreciate the relationship that has been set forth with the Water Rights Compact between the Seminole Tribe of Florida, the Water Management District, and the state of Florida. I'm just here to support the presentation today, to talk a little bit about how important the Water Rights Compact was to the Seminole Tribe of Florida and still is today, 39 years later, setting forth a very unique relationship between the state of Florida, the Water Management District, and the tribe that really, if you think about 1987 and where the Seminole Tribe was then, has led to water rights. Water is life to the Seminole Tribe. Water is life to all of us. And what this compact did was allow for the tribe to have on its key reservations surface water rights that would flow through neighbor lands, through your projects that were being diverted away from the tribe, the source of its life. So as you know, the tribe has cattle, has agriculture, and as a result of the Water Rights Compact, yes, has been able to have housing, has been able to have a utilities department, has been able to provide water for its citizens, as is its right. And only through this agreement with the state and the Water Management District has this been able to occur. And in the 39 years of the compact, there's been no disputes or litigation between the tribe and the district as we continue to work through the process that was set out. Now, obviously, over that time period, your rules have changed significantly and allowed our neighbors to move their projects forward at a lot faster pace than is currently the process, as you've heard from Ms. Fincher in the criteria manual. And that is one of the things 10 years ago when we started working on these amendments to the criteria manual under the leadership of Mr. Antonacci, who was your executive director at the time. He thought it was kind of strange that this process was so elongated and wanted to make a more efficient process that more mirrored your ERP and CUP processes. So we began with Chapter 7. We have other chapters that will come to you on the substantive criteria, because as you can imagine, your ERP and CUP rules have also changed significantly in 39 years since those rules were first adopted between the tribe and the state. So I just want to say that we thank you very much for your consideration today. The Tribal Council will consider this next, and then we'll be up in front of the Governor and the Cabinet. It's my understanding that you have been provided with a document with significant and very serious allegations against the Seminole Tribe of Florida and our leadership. We will take that under consideration, and we will be back with responses to that so that you can understand the Seminole Tribe of perspective on those issues. We don't believe they relate to the issue at hand today, which is the action item in front of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Defender-Fur. Next, we'll hear from Ben Olson, followed by Diamond Bergeron.
Well, I'm happy to explain why they do relate. In 2019, the Seminole Tribe purchased the 3,980 acres of land under St. McDaniel Ranch LLC. One agency was informed of this land purchase, Water Management. To be clear, it's my understanding Water Management was not explicitly informed of the sovereign land transfer in 2022, or it somehow got lost in bureaucratic translation, but they were informed of the land purchase due to the Water Compact. Since May, I've voiced concern with staff that the Water Compact will be changed to expedite water projects in the Seminole Territory in 10 or so years when this board has entirely changed. I didn't give Tribal Legal enough credit because in November we learned Water Compact negotiations have been privately going on between Water Management Legal and tribal representatives for 2 years now. Governing board, this is being snuck by as another vanilla transfer of power, just as sovereign transfer of McDaniel's Ranch was presented to the county. Independently, it doesn't seem like a big deal, but when looked at in a wider view, contextually analyzing everything related to WIRP, it spells disaster. The publicly stated goal of the Seminole Tribe representatives is that they want to be held to the same standards as non-tribal citizens with respect to water management authorized projects. It sounds entirely acceptable to me. That isn't what these changes do. As these changes allow, as explained from pages 89 to 94 of that report, what's requested by the Seminole Tribe representatives would allow for water projects to be authorized in 35 days. These projects can be multi-reservation wide. The Chapter 7 change to the criteria manual limits most timeframes to 14 days and includes timeframes for notice, request for additional information, and allows the tribe to refuse to provide additional information. There's a hard limit for the district. It's prohibited from offering a proposed district action for the first 28 days, but everything else can be accomplished within 28 days. After the proposed district action is announced, substantially affected third persons are allowed to request a hearing for 7 days. If no hearings requested by substantially affected third persons, the district action becomes final. Substantially is not defined, and it wasn't previously, but back then there were effectively 6 months to object. Now there's 7 days. Further, in theory, if the tribe says we want to drain McDaniel's Ranch Reservation, they offer no substantive detail beyond complying with minimum checklists, and Water Management requests more detail, which the tribe refuses to produce. Legally, the landowners adjacent to McDaniel's Ranch might not even know they're substantially affected third persons. For that matter, how would the landowners prove they met a substantial threshold within 7 days? If timed properly, this can be done without governing board knowledge or the ability for the public to speak on the topic if they aren't substantially affected. Say if the tribe put in the request 27 days before a governing board meeting. I have ag exemption on my property. It took me 11 months to have Water Management authorize a novel project in wetlands for pepper tree removal. Not 35 days, governing board. That's the realistic timeline for any water quality project, and the way this provides it, we could wind up in a situation that's disastrous. We can't vote on this today, governing board. We're changing the water compact when publicly 3,980 acres of land are impacted by it that no one knows about. I'm not asking you to vote no. What I'm suggesting is you table this vote until we have all proper knowledge necessary and bring it back with publicly recommended edits considered as a discussion item in a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Next, we'll hear from Diamond Bergeron.
Good morning, Governing Board. My name is Diamond Bergeron, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Bergeron Everglades Foundation. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment regarding the proposed changes to the Seminole Compact process. I want to start by saying that the Seminole Tribe of Florida absolutely deserves a fair and efficient process that allows them to move necessary projects forward. That said, we understand there are two main changes being proposed. First, the shift from an annual work plan submission to a project-by-project review and approval process. It makes sense. It seems like a practical improvement that could benefit both the tribe and district staff. However, we do have concerns about the second proposed change, which would shorten the public process timeframes. Reducing the public notification period from 30 days to 14 days and reducing the time frame for third parties to request a hearing from 20 days to 7 days, especially when the current process often allows additional time in practice, places a heavy burden on neighboring landowners and other affected stakeholders. It also significantly limits the public's ability to stay informed and respond in a meaningful way. I can imagine it would also add unnecessary stress and pressure on district staff who would be responsible for reviewing and processing these requests on a much tighter timeline. We respectfully recommend moving forward with the project-by-project process, but holding off on shortening the timeframes at this time. Most of the benefit appears to come from the project-by-project approach alone, and if timeframes still prove to be a burden after that change is implemented, those adjustments can be revisited later with proper input. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bergeron. Mr. Chairman, we have no hands raised on Zoom and no additional public comment.
Thank you all for your comments. Does any board member have a comment? Mr. Steinley?
I'm probably least connected to this, but just, on its face, we're always for efficiency and for consistent standards. But, what I'm hearing is that that might not be the case. I think everybody's trying to make these changes in the best interest of efficiency. But I'd say if there's question, which now I have in my mind, there seems to be no harm in putting this off to the next meeting so we can learn more about it.
Mr. Spotswood?
Mary Cruz, are you prepared to respond to whether there is a difference in the timelines that ERP folks are going through the ERP process deal with versus, and I thought you covered that it would effectively be the same process. And I know the 35 days, I've dealt with a few permits, and while that may be the shortest time possible, it never happens that way. And so I just want to, I don't know if we need to kick it, but if we're able to get the information right now and confirm that they're the same, I think we should dispose of that item.
Can somebody point out where it says 35 days, because I don't see that in here?
Can we go back?
Can you go back to that flow
So
chart?
let me, are you saying in the red lines for chapter 7 or in this timeline here?
The red lines for chapter 7, I don't see the words 35 days anywhere.
So the reason you don't see those numbers is because the way it's currently written, it's date specific. So it's by June 1st, you have to submit your work plan. And then I think I don't have the changes in front of me. Actually, I do. And so those calculations, the 35 days and those numbers that are being provided are when you look at the dates that they have to submit and by which you have to do all of the things in the current language, right?
Can I ask this question just real quick?
Sure.
So it used to be you'd get an annual dump on June 1st of everything, right?
Right.
And the intent of this is to spread that out so you don't get the annual dump, but you get a permit by, I'll call it a permit by permit. As the work comes up, they submit a work plan.
Right.
The only thing that I see shortened in here, as far as I can tell, because the other ones were working off of a June 1st to June 15th date, we've gone from whenever they submit the work plan to 14 days. So that stays the same.
Right.
The only thing that I see that's been changed, I think, is in one of them went from the second half of 7.112 went from 30 days to 14 days.
Right. So
Is that the only shortened time frame in there from the original?
The other one is from July 21st to August 4th was 14 days. And that was the notice, the time frame by which someone could, challenge or request a governing board.
That was July 21st to when? August 4th? That's 14 days. It's now stays at 14 days.
It stays at 7. Now it's at 7.
Which number is that?
So if you look at 7.1.16.
Sure.
Can you remind me what the timeline is allowed currently under the ERP process? Is it 7 days or longer?
It's 21 days to file a request for a hearing. To do a DOA challenge, it's 21 days from the day that we have proposed action. The distinction here, if I may, is that we're comparing two different processes here, right? You have a greater time. You have 28 days for input generally, right? During the tribal process. With ERP, you have 21 days, but that's a formal administrative challenge.
It just seems to me like you've got even though the time frame is shortened by the new process, you actually have probably relatively a longer period of time to object, because when you used to get the June 1st dump, it was an aggregate of everything. So
Right.
you had to go through the entire work product and figure out what objections you had to literally everything. Compared to a single work plan, yeah, it's maybe a shorter time period, but you're only looking at one work plan. So you have a better idea quicker of what your objections are going to be to a particular work plan, as opposed to getting the June 1st dump, which is like, okay, we'll give them more time.
Right.
Like that. I don't know. I understand that some of the time, procedurally, some of the time frames have been shortened a touch. For me, I don't necessarily think that it's, in this day and age, with scanned documents and AI and ability to quickly determine whether there's something in there. The only thing that I noted on this was, if you're affected, so the one thing I did note on this that I thought was, but I guess it can be cured, is if if you're in a particular designated area, in 7.1.1.2, it says the district shall provide notice, and I guess that's specific notice, right? Because you're already providing notice through the newspaper. But if somebody files that they have a concern about a particular designated area 6 months prior to a submitted work plan, we've got to give them specific notice.
Correct. They do receive specific notice.
Okay. So when we had the June 1st date, anybody would know, okay, I got to file by January 1st. Because we're going to a no date thing, you would have to basically calendar on your calendar every 6 months to file for your designated area. Then you would cover the whole year, right? Like if you filed, I'm concerned about a designated area on January 1st, and then you put a calendar tickler on for you to file on July 1st, you would do it twice a year, and then you would effectively have blanketed the entire year for that designated area. And if there was a work plan filed, you wouldn't have to monitor the newspaper, because we would be required to give you notice under that. Okay, I'm okay. Thank you.
Should we address that?
Yes. So,
Because there's a fix. We did get this comment from other stakeholders, and in the ERP world, that's the way our rules are, that they have to re-sign up every 6 months. And so we're going to do a rulemaking to not have it expire. And then we'll have the ability to do an IT project to not have it expire.
I mean,
Right.
I don't think doing something twice a year, if you're really affected by something, is that much of a heavy burden. But it does sound like something that should just be automatic until you opt out. Just from a bureaucracy, paperwork standpoint.
So that's something we're taking on.
And they
Just to make it
receive notice,
consistent.
Like when they sign up, they can sign up via email.
Yes.
And then they get pinged when something okay.
and also, right now, I know Drew's talking about changing it, but right now you get notified when your 6 months is coming to an end.
Right.
So that you know, in case you don't do the tickler, you get notified, hey, your 6 months is expiring. Do you want to re-sign up for these notifications?
The 36 days is like the shortest period of time that could happen, right? I mean,
Right.
typically, if there's things that come up, it could go much longer.
Yes, and it's unlikely that it will be 36 days. Just, in the history of receiving these work plans, we've never had one where we didn't issue an RAI to the tribe asking for more information.
And then somebody raised like, okay, the Seminole tribe, they can elect to not disclose information that's been requested, but that's at their detriment, right?
Correct. Right.
Mr. Butler?
The request for additional information, how that fit into the process here, in terms of timelines, in terms of that, then that request for additional information, when would that be, that information that got used as part of permit decision, that kind of thing, when would that be available to the public in this process?
So we would issue a request for additional information. If you signed up to get notice, you would see that was issued, and then that information, once it's submitted, would be available as well.
Okay.
In terms of timelines, they have to respond. The tribe has to respond within 14 days to an RAI from us.
And how many times can the district request additional information in the process?
So the criteria manual is silent on that, which means we can ask for many, many RAIs, and we have in the past.
Is there a duty that you have to dispose of the entire issue by a certain time?
No, but there is in the ERP regulatory framework, but there isn't in the criteria manual.
Okay. We're talking calendar days, not business days, right?
Correct.
Okay. How long, or when was the criteria manual adopted?
1987.
87. Same time as the compact?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And how many times has the criteria manual been amended?
Twice.
When was that?
94 and 2002.
Okay.
And those were substantive edits.
Mary Chris, do you have a definition for substantially affected?
I don't with me. However, I would rely on
to
how
to
it's
Mr.
defined.
Olson's question, is there a definition?
There is not, to my knowledge, in our in the criteria manual, but we would follow what's in Chapter 120 because it mirrors that process as a substantially affected individual. So when people challenge an ERP, right, they have to show standing, and that's a substantially affected person. And so since the criteria manual, the whole purpose was to mirror our regulatory framework. That was the definition. That's the definition we would rely on.
So we'd use the same definition that's used in the ERP?
Absent one in here, and I apologize, I don't know if there is one in there or not.
I have
Mr. Bergeron, then Mr. Spotswood, then Vice Chair Wagner.
Thank you. Drew, I assume that y'all do a total review of the compact, and it's important that we do everything we can for the Seminole tribe to keep them whole. Your review takes into consideration that whatever you recommend, staff, doesn't affect Everglades restoration, doesn't affect private property owners or our public lands through that review. Am I correct?
Yeah, I mean, so I use the same staff that does ERP, right? And those are the same types of analyses, basic analyses that they do. How does it affect your neighbors? How does it affect water resources? Is it detrimental to the environment? All those types of things. Same type of review that happens here.
Yeah, because the important thing is that we do everything we can for the tribe, as long as it don't impact Everglades restoration, impact our public lands, or impact private property owners that are in that geographical area. I think the timeframes that we had in here, is that 30 or 35 days on minimum time to request notification? Is that 30 or 35 currently?
Currently.
14. Hmm?
Currently.
Well, proposed is 14.
30 days. 30 days, I believe.
30 days, okay. So, and then on the...
I apologize, Mr. Bergeron, it's 14 days. We have 14 days currently, the way that it's worded, to publish a notice of receipt of the work plan.
You have 14 days, you're reducing current from 30 to 14? Minimum time to request notification of proposed agency action.
It's from June 1st to July 15th. Correct, it's 30 days. You're right, it's from 30 to 14.
Okay.
Yes.
And then on the deadline for a third party to request a hearing, you're reducing from 20 days to 7. And then on the minimum time to final action from submission from 70 days to 36?
We're reducing from your first question from 14 days to 7 days to ask for, to request a hearing. And we're reducing total final action from 71 to 36.
Well, my concern is I know that our staff is reviewing the compact, taking into consideration the best interest of the tribe, as long as it's not impacting the future of Everglades restoration or private property owners and our public lands, correct?
Yes.
And I think my concern is not against approving this, except for these, reducing these timelines to make sure the public, and of course our staff, to have adequate time to review and comment. My concern is keeping the current timelines, which are very short to start with.
So just so you know, Mr. Bergeron, they're not deadlines, they're minimum timeframes. And so if the staff has questions or needs more time to review, they can take it.
Repeat that again?
So if our staff have questions, need more time, need more information, they can take it. These are not deadline timeframes, they're minimum timeframes.
Right, but the public is tied to these timelines for response, correct?
If we meet them, right? But a lot of, like Mayor Cruz said, we haven't had a work plan submission to the district in the history of the district that hasn't needed a request for additional information, right? And so these timeframes are assuming that you don't have any questions. So, you know, there is plenty of time to go back and forth with the district for the public to see us going back and forth on these items. And so I don't know. I don't want to paint a picture that this isn't going to be thoroughly reviewed and public input is not going to be taken. That's all going to happen.
Okay, but I'm just concerned about reducing the timelines.
Sure.
I think our staff has reviewed the compact and obviously are looking at that there's no impacts to Everglades restoration, to surrounding public land or private land. But I think reducing these timelines is, even the current timeline is the shortest I've ever seen in any process that I've been involved with. Normally they're much longer than this. Some up to 6 months. So, I mean, I don't have a problem with what's being recommended, except I would hope we would keep the same current timelines, which are very short to start with.
The ERP deadlines are 40% shorter. So 22 days if you follow your minimum, right? This is 36. Look, my attitude on this is that it used to be a mountain of documents that people had to sift through. I mean, I imagine in 1994, it was a mountain of paper documents that people had to sift through. It's now a single work plan. And so the shortening, just the context, if you say, well, it's shorting from 71 to 36 without any context, you're shortening 71 to do everything. Every work plan for an entire year was 71 days, and now you got 36 for a single one. To me, that's probably relatively longer than what you had when you had to go through the annual dump. The other thing I would say is, I mean, I just want to be clear on this. From a public perspective, if you file notice with the district that you're in a particular designated area, and then we publish a receipt of a work plan, a single work plan, you get notice via email, then you have 14 days to just send the district notice that you want notice of the agency action. That's all you have to do. I send you notice, like I'm on the receipt, I'm a public person, I'm in a designated area, I've signed up for that designated area, I get receipt that the district has received a work plan. I have 14 days just to say I'd like notice of the proposed agency action?
You don't have to do that. Once you're signed up, you will get notice of that
Okay,
proposed
so you
agency action.
automatically get that, okay.
If you signed up, right.
So now, from the time that you receive notice of receipt of a work plan on the front end,
Right.
you then have a total of 21 days. You'll automatically get the notice of the proposed agency action, and you have 21 days to do what? Just say, I'd like to have a hearing? Does your request for a hearing have to include like a significant amount of information, or?
So you have 28 days total to provide comments, but to your question, you ask for the hearing once we do the proposed action, because before then there's not anything to.
Okay.
Because we could deny the work plan authorization.
Right, but what I'm saying is, what kind of lift is it for a person to say, I would like to request a hearing? Is it more than that? Do you have to do more than that, or you just say that?
You say that and you show how you're substantially affected. And by the way, I do have the definition for substantially affected. It is in the compact.
Okay, so all a person in a designated area needs to do is sign up that they're in the designated area. They will then automatically get notice that the district has received a work plan. Then they will automatically get notice of a proposed agency action if you guys take it up. And then in that period, all they have to do is say, show why they're substantially affected and say, I want a hearing. Personally, I'm okay with that. I've been under way tighter deadlines with way more information, professionally and personally. And I know this isn't substantive. And I do think the issues raised are legitimate issues to have conversation over and discussion on. I'm just, in this day and age with email and electronic stuff, I'm okay with these timeframes. I actually think it could be argued they're a little bit long.
Mr. Spotswood?
Yeah, I would echo some of that. You know, for me, looking at this is it's just plain fairness. What do we do with the ERP folks, and how does the tribe deal with this? Pretty simple, pretty clean cut for me. I wanted to talk through some of the issues to make sure that nothing we heard was in fact really problematic here. One other, just for my benefit, and again, I'm from Key West, so ERPs are not necessarily the most used tool down there, but our neighbors, if someone applies or is doing a water project, are neighbors notified, or do neighbors also have to sign up to be notified?
They'll be notified. So yes and no. So you do have to sign up if you want to get notified electronically. But we have a notice requirement where we have to publish in the newspaper if we get a work plan. So if you're a neighbor who reviews the newspaper, you will be notified even if you're not signed up.
So I might consider, or ask you to consider, thinking about, should neighbors, I mean, I haven't looked at the definition of substantially affected, but I imagine that cohort, and, you know, from some of the folks that spoke, I think they're worried about what's going on in neighbors' land, so maybe something to think about.
Well, what's the normal timeline for anybody else to go through this kind of process?
Are you saying a non-tribal, like an ERP or a CUP? Is that your question? I think it varies. It depends on the project. We've had permits that are issued in 30 days. We've had permits that take, 90, 120. It all depends.
Mr. Spotswood, then Mr. Butler.
Yeah, and what we're looking at, shortest potential timeframes, 36 versus 22, and the way that the proposed criteria for the manual work plan set up, the general public is going to be assisting staff in providing RAIs and asking questions, and so I find it very hard to believe that you're ever going to have something go through that quickly under the new process.
Well, I think the timelines that we currently have are very, very short to start with, but That's kind of my opinion.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Butler?
And about cutting the current timelines in half, and they're very short. I go through these procedures with a lot of my developments through, and geez, these timelines are 6 months. Here we're talking 30 days, shrink into 14, 20 days, shrink into 7, 70 days, shrink into 36. I've never got anything approved anywhere near the current timeline. Not even, and I think it certainly got to put pressure on our staff as well. I don't want to make a big issue out of it, but these are very short timelines.
Well, but there are no less thans, right? So it doesn't say you have to do it. It says no less than 14 days. It could take you 2 months or 6 months or a year. So I'm interpreting it a little bit differently than you. Mr. Butler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, so there is no part of this, to reiterate, there is no duty on behalf of the agency to notify neighboring landowners. It's up to neighboring landowners to be signed up if they want to know, if they're concerned about what may happen next to them. It's their duty to be signed up to say, hey, anything that happens next to me, let me know.
Correct. I mean, you know, we have to do it in the newspaper, but I mean, just like in the ERP, we don't have an obligation either.
Well, okay, that was my question. Is there any specific newspaper?
Just of general circulation in the area where the impact is going to occur, where the work plan is going to be used. But for ERP, similar, we just have to publish notice that we've received it.
And this notice gets published on our website also?
Yes.
Okay. Question, who has the final approval? Well, okay, so final approval on ERP or CUP?
It's been delegated down to the executive director.
From the board, delegated to the executive director.
And his designee.
Okay, unless it's challenged.
Correct.
And then would come back, okay. Who has the final approval on a work plan?
Similar,
same situation, and we have delegated that authority to the executive director. The board has delegated that authority to the executive director.
Correct.
Okay. Subject to challenge then. And then the challenge in this case, so this would be, you could challenge it after this 28-day or after this 36-day, somebody could then challenge after that?
Yes.
So the deadline for you to challenge is after we propose. So we're talking about the criteria manual, right? We're not talking about ERP. Which one are we talking about?
Well, also we're talking about the work plan.
Okay, so for the work plan, when we issue here, right here, notice of proposed action, you have 7 days to request a hearing from the governing board. The governing board in this situation makes the final say on the work plan. If nobody requests a hearing, then we don't go to the governing board and Drew makes the final decision on the work plan.
So must there be a governing board meeting in that 7-day period?
No, it's heard at the next regularly scheduled governing board meeting.
Okay. And that was, you know, ultimately my question was reconsideration by the board that becomes in the form of a challenge within that 7-day period.
I'm sorry, I'm not tracking your question. Can you ask it again?
All right, so we've delegated authority to the director. The director signs off on the aqua blue bubble.
Sure, yes.
And then somebody has 7 days to challenge, to say, I want to challenge that permit.
Correct.
And then it would come back, sit on it until the next board meeting.
It wouldn't, yes, it would appear at the next governing board meeting.
Okay.
We're gonna make you the chair of that subcommittee.
Come on now.
Right, so, okay, I think
working on
I
the honey of the
understand
cup
your
coffee.
question. You're saying
Well-
that whether the governing board meeting has to occur within the 7-day timeframe. No, the 7-day timeframe is just by when you need to let the district know you are challenging it.
You
Or
let you
want a
know
hearing.
that you have a substantial interest
Correct,
and that you have a request for a hearing on that.
correct.
And then it comes to the governing board at the next regularly scheduled governing board meeting.
Yes.
As long as it's more than 7 days away.
Well, I don't know
I mean,
that,
if the next governing board member the next day would not come to the governing board the next day.
no, I don't think so, because we would have to provide notice. That's a different issue.
Exactly.
Right.
So you've got at least a month
Mhm.
from making your challenge.
Correct, if you're close to a governing board
The
date.
thing I see here is you're gonna get a lot more challenges because I don't think anyone can have enough time to totally review any impacts. So you're gonna encourage a lot more challenges just to cut these from 30 days to 14, 20 days to 7, 70 days to 36. You're gonna encourage a lot of challenges because nobody is gonna be able to evaluate whether it impacts them in that time frame.
But it's the same time for the ERPs. So like, if you get notice that the South Florida Water Management District has received a work plan, you basically have 21 days from that period forward to object. It's the same thing in the ERP below.
I thought you had 7 days.
No, you have 21 days. You have 7 days from the notice of the proposed agency action. But if you're going to you get a notice that the district has received a work plan, just like you have noticed that an individual ERP application has been submitted, you have 21 days in both instances to file either a request for a hearing or an administrative challenge. And you're automatically, if you're signed up in that designated area, going to get a notice of the proposed agency action. So it's really not a truncated period. I mean, to me, it's not a truncated period. To me, it was way harder for somebody to look at the annual work plan dump and try to sift through that and make an objection in 70 days, or, whatever it was on the prior one. I think it was 30 days or something like that. To me, July 15th or June 15th to July 15th, from the time you got notice on June 15th to the time you had an opportunity to make an objection on July 15th, you had to go through a year's worth of work plan. To me, that's a way bigger burden than this particular one is on a single application.
Is the right to object and have an ERP application brought to the board the same as it is within the work plan that's proposed?
No, so for the
Doesn't
ERP,
exist.
you don't have the opportunity to bring it to the board. For an ERP, your first ability to challenge it is after we've issued it and it's straight to an administrative law judge.
Yeah, I mean, the more we talk about this, I agree with you, Scott. I think that the ERP process continues to be more streamlined. There's still more burden in the work plan to get things through. And I think there's sufficient time for challenges, discussion, RAIs, other, and even as I see it, potentially a second bite at the apple by having the permit pulled from the executive director and heard by the board. And back to your point of the annual work plan being submitted, and to Ron's point about people filing things, I feel like it's pretty hard for people to see how a project down the road might be affected by other ones and not being able to pull those apart. And it seems like that entire work plan being held up because one item in the work plan somebody has an objection to. Also seems this is a much more efficient way for people to look at things project by project, both from the tribe and from our staff's perspective.
I'll make one final comment. I do think these discussions are helpful. Like, I do think this was a very meaningful discussion to flesh this stuff out between us. I mean, I agree with it being pulled for discussion. Although some stuff on consent that's been pulled for discussion in the past, I didn't necessarily agree was maybe ripe for discussion. But this, I think this is a great discussion to have. I mean, I feel And I'm great to hear everybody's perspective on it.
Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion to pass consent now. Consent number 22. Now it's gone. Does it get a new number when it goes to discussion? Or is it just discussion number
You can
22?
just say that resolution number.
There it is, the resolution number.
2026-0209.
I'll make a motion to pass resolution number 2026-0209.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call that question. Mr. Spotswood?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
No.
Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
I have some reservations still, but I'll be no right now.
Mr. Butler's a no. Mr. Hurley?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
And Ms. Martinez?
No.
Thank you. That resolution passes. Molly, is lunch ready? There's a question.
Lunch is ready.
In that case, we are going to adjourn until 12:30.
11:54.
No, no, my appointment's next week. Oh, like the no, no. So you'll have another week. Okay.
Test 1, 2.
We're going to go ahead and reconvene the meeting, and we're going to change the agenda a little bit, and we're now going to hear from Ben Watkins, who is the director of Florida's Division of Bond Finance. He's a little bit out of order, but he has another engagement, and we'd like to hear from him so that we can do this business later in the afternoon. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and for accommodating and for having me here today. My name is Ben Watkins. I'm the director of the state's Division of Bond Finance, which means we manage all of the debt for the state of Florida and all of its agencies, managing about 37 different credits. I've been appointed by the governor, and I report to the governor and cabinet, so everything that the state does on the borrowing side comes through us. And I've been doing this a very long time, much longer than I should have, because I'm now paying off debt that I borrowed. So think Preservation 2000, Florida Forever, Everglades Restoration, we paid them off. So we're back at zero after investing billions of dollars in land acquisition, environmental restoration. So, history of my involvement with the district, I appreciated Mr. Bergeron's comments about his perspective over time, because I was here when Accelerate was originally conceived and the money was borrowed to complete the projects that we're cutting ribbons on now. Just shows you order of magnitude in terms of the projects that are being done. They were $550 million. Well, $550 million was a lot of money 20 years ago. Less so now. So anyway, I reflect on those times. And I want to comment on one thing. The evolution that's transpired at the district and the alignment of interests and priorities with the state has been remarkable. And that's one of the reasons I'm here today, is because this is all having the district and the Department of Environmental Protection and the legislature and the governor's office all on the same page. We can make much more forward progress with the same amount of effort when everybody's on the same page and pulling in the same direction. And that's what I see. That's why we were welcomed in as the substantive experts on doing the financing, is this is what we do every day. Why shouldn't we help? And so in reflecting on that, coincidentally too, you probably have recognized the name Antonacci. Pete Antonacci came down. He did the Python thing, put a bounty on the pythons. And which worked. His daughter, Alexis, who's Secretary of DE, I should call her Secretary Lambert, I'm sorry. Secretary Lambert at DEP is his progeny, who was my chief of staff for the last 6 years before my succession plan was blown up by the governor by putting her in charge of DEP. So I'm still working. I've had to go back to work, and it's exhausting. So the Antonacci environmental legacy continues. But the point is this, is an alignment of interest. Drew welcomed us in. Having a Candida Heater is the finance director. We did the presentation to the rating agency yesterday, Moody's and S&P, and we told the story very differently. And it's like the water management in the district, the district and the state are in complete alignment. And this is our agent for executing the important work of restoring the Everglades and the water flow and managing the water for all of South Florida. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here. You guys have made incredible progress, albeit 20 years later. Again, we're cutting ribbons on things we started, but that's just a reflection of order of magnitude of the undertaking. So it's remarkable. And I want to also thank you for your service on this, running this critically important infrastructure and managing the state's water, because it truly is a lifeblood of the state, its people, and upon which our economy depends on. So that's my those are my remarks. That's what I wanted to share with you. Now we'll get to the boring part, but it's important, saving money. You know, that's what we do by refinancing your debt outstanding at lower interest rates. So what does that look like? So like I said, the original financing, $550 million back in 2006, it was refinanced in 2015 when Pete Antonacci was the executive director. We're back again to refinance it at lower interest rates in order to save the district money. So the structure is going to be, basically there's 10 years left on the loan. We'll structure it so that it's level outstanding savings. So if our debt service requirements are X today, it will be X minus something when we complete the refinancing, and the savings will be realized through lower debt service over the term of the loan. So it's a term-to-term refunding. We're just lowering the interest rate and lowering the annual payments. Our estimated gross savings, we reran the numbers. You see it here, 28 to 32 million. We reran the numbers yesterday. The original numbers we ran were 278. We ran them yesterday. Current interest rates, or the most optimistic scenario in this information that was presented, was at a 278. We reran them yesterday. It was a 271. So I warn you, but interest rates change every day, and we don't lock those rates in, so we don't know what the actual results will be until we execute. And that means execute. That's when we sell the bonds, take the commitment from whoever buys the bonds from us. We will lock in the interest rate and be able to give you down to the penny what are the savings and what does it look like. But the way that I would characterize this, when we look at it on a present value, so we're looking at the 271 generates $34 million in gross savings. So that's about $3.4 million a year over the next 10 years. When you look at that on a present value basis, it's 11.5% of the principal amount that's outstanding, which is a conventional measure used. Your policy is 5%. So we call that deep in the money. So we would expect that to continue unless something crazy happens between now and time we sell the bonds. The other thing that's different, we do everything on a competitive basis. We put it on 18 hours notice. We publish the offering document. We make the information available to the street, and then we'll make a decision by 4 o'clock the afternoon before we'll take bids tomorrow at 11. Whoever gives us the lowest interest rate, you win. And that's the way we roll at the state level. And so we're just doing the same thing here with respect to the district to ensure that we get the best possible price on that day and maximize the savings for the district. Cost of issuance, because somebody asked about it. We updated those numbers, and it's $354,000 in out-of-pocket expenses for legal fees, rating fees, all of the things that are necessary. Roughly half of what was paid last time, because we lean into it. We do it every day, and so we used our frequency of issuance to ask for and push for reductions in out-of-pockets, and so everyone was responsive to that. So that's really, let's see, calendar-wise, that's just the detail of what we were talking about before that I've given you an update on. And then lastly, the financing timetable. So the bonds are callable on April 1st. So we started this process back before the holidays, Drew likes to be prepared. So this is kind of like a drought. Start early enough, and then you're ready to optimize when the time comes for you to be able to execute. So we approached it the same way. We started before the holidays. We expect to execute the deal, and so that we can close it and call the bonds, get them off the market as quickly as you can. First date that can be done is April 1st. So we've structured the calendar around that. And that's really all I have to say. I'm happy to take questions.
No, thanks, Mr. Watkins. Does anyone have any questions? Treasurer Steinle.
Ben, thanks for being here. Really appreciate it, you coming up. And I think just for, I mean, all the information is pretty clear, but I think people just need to know we're not issuing any more debt. We are taking care of what we have. We're bringing on the replacement debt at a lower rate and saving the money, significant amount of money that you just referred to. I think that when I was going through staff and asking them about the process, there must have been a lot of refinancing going on around 2015 because I don't think we were able to use your state office for that. So appreciate you guys being available, and it makes a lot of difference, right? Because like you said, we're spending, it's going to cost us about $460,000 versus what we spent 11 years ago at $750,000. So appreciate that. But this all, one of the things when we started on this board 7 years ago that we had to sort of get an understanding of was the debt issuance. And one of the questions I remember coming up, because it was at a period, we were talking about it at a period, and we went through a period of the lowest interest rates. Why couldn't we refinance then? And you just can't based on the contractual, details of the bonds. But this is the soonest we can do it. It's a favorable environment we're doing it in, and there's a significant savings. So thank you for that.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. Back to your explanation why we weren't involved in 2015. We were behind the scenes in coaching Pete Antonacci on what to do, but quite honestly, to your point, we didn't have the bandwidth to be able to help because we were refinancing state debt as fast as we could go. Over a decade, we refinanced $13 billion in about 130 transactions and saved $3 billion. So we were fully engaged on doing that as our day job. Now we get to the point where my job is not to refinance debt anymore because we've refinanced everything we can refinance at lower interest rates, lowering the state's entire portfolio. But now the legislature is appropriating me money to pay debt off early. So under Governor Scott and Governor DeSantis, we've reduced our debt from $28 billion to $14 billion at the state level. And so this is in keeping with, so now we have the time and have the bandwidth to be able to offer our services and help with the water management district. Same objective, let's save money. Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Questions, comments? Hearing none, thank you very much for your, sorry, Vice Chair.
Just, do you have the ability to get a rate lock in between the time that you say you want to do it and the time that we close, or is it still going to fluctuate in between?
You could, but it would end up costing you money.
Okay.
And so our philosophy has been to take them as they come and do them as quickly as you can. And we implemented that strategy successfully over 10 years. So it's hard for me to do anything different than, because it's such a short window between now and April 1st. I don't expect anything adverse to occur. Let's ride it out. Let's lock it in when the opportunity presents itself, which is in the next few weeks, and not have to pay a premium to do that.
You got me ready to run through a wall for you, man. It's like a halftime speech, you know?
Thanks very much for coming down and seeing us. Really appreciate it.
No, thank you.
We'll move now back to regular discussion agendas, and we'll move to agenda item 26, which is preparations for water shortage, and that's Dr. Moran.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having us here. Rich and I will cover this discussion item. And I'm going to start with a presentation on water shortage. So, as you all know, in Florida we do have floods and we do have hurricanes. I came here in front of you board members several times in the past to talk about how we are managing our system to continue to successfully deliver our flood control mission. At the same time, we also have seasonal droughts and we have shortages. And I'm coming here for the first time in my new hat to talk with you about how we are also going to be continuing to successfully deliver our message here on the water shortage supply mission. So this slide has been good. Most regions in the US cannot truly rely on a system to help manage some of those extremes. In Florida, the good news is that we have, to a certain extent, but we do have a system that helps us. And for those 75 years, the district has been operating and maintaining the CNSF project to protect the residents from floods and from droughts. And we have also many ongoing planning and adaptation efforts, as you all know, to continue to invest in projects, notably SERP, storage projects, and other investments in flood infrastructure that really helps us in addressing our mission, continue to successfully implement our goals here, and make the system more resilient to go through those extreme events. So where we are now, we are in the water year 2025, still wrapping up. We have a few more months to go in the dry season. So until about May timeframe in this water year 25, but like really looking forward to the beginning of the 2026 wet season. I was not there in this place last year, but I am very in this place this year now, just waiting for the rain to come, right? Talking about rain, we are here on the status of rainfall in the system. We are on a drier than normal dry season. We have a total average rainfall ranging between 20 to 50% compared to the normal. Lake Okeechobee is one of the basins with the driest level relative to normal, around 24%. Broward and Upper Kissimmee are the ones with the more within the upper range, 50% of the normal. Our U.S. drought monitor, the latest information that we got from this morning is showing that our area, most of our area here in South Florida is in severe drought, some portions in extreme severe drought. And ENSO also published this morning also remains, confirmed that we remains the La Nina conditions. So still managing potentially drier than normal dry season. Moving to the status of groundwater levels, we noticed that 95% of our public supply comes from groundwater. So here's a map showing the location of some of the Sentinel wells that we are continuously monitoring to check for water levels. Similarly to the rainfall, this map is showing current water levels compared to the historical time of the year below the ideal levels. We have some wells in orange and red in more critical conditions with levels below the 25 and the 10 percentile. So expected to this time of the year, but a little below than the ideal. So when do we need to act? We have a team of experts in our agency that is monitoring those conditions very closely. We are discussing with water users, water utilities, what's the need to move some supplies with the greatest potential impacts to the resources, to the aquifers. It's important to recognize that there is a lag to implement actions, so we need to have those actions anticipated so we can, anything that can give us a positive effect, we want to begin coordinating and start early with, of course, consideration of public health, a safety, economy, and resources available. So what do we have in terms of ongoing action? Here's one example. You are familiar with the water levels that have been going in the Cape Coral and Lehigh Acres region. So it's somehow a good story. We had levels approaching the MDL, maximum development line, during 2 consecutive dry seasons. And there was action advanced in coordination with the water users, the counties. And zooming into the current conditions, I mean, we are in the dry season, very severe dry season. But the imposed restrictions that happen back in November 2023, and then again more restrictions imposed in 2025 really help us to rebound. So we are reapproaching the maximum development line in this area and continuing to work with the water users in the region. So a true effective collaboration here that is helping us in rebounding and protecting this resource here, the Mid-Hawthorne Aquifer. So moving to what is happening now in this dry season and some of our early concerns. Our team is monitoring and assessing all data, all observations that we have, as summarized briefly to you. And we have 3 identified areas of concern at this point. So those areas do not have impacts yet, it's important to say. But I'll begin here talking about low groundwater levels in areas that are close to the coast. So our concern there in the lower East Coast, mostly South Miami, and in the West Coast, in the Naples, Bonita Springs area, our major concern there is monitoring saltwater intrusion, so potential well fields close to the coast. So we are working on those 2 areas there. And then we have one more area with low stage elevations in the Indian Prairie Basin that are nearing the regulation schedule. So let's go to one by one just to detail a little bit more what we are seeing. Beginning in the South Miami area, the Biscayne Aquifer, what we see on the map on the left is some of the wells, as I mentioned before, on the lowest 10 percentile or 10 to 24. So some locations there, a large number of wells really showing lower levels. And then on the hydrograph on the right, we are comparing the levels that we are seeing today to 3 critical years where we had droughts, 2007, 2009, 2011. So we are seeing levels that are below right now in the system compared to those dry years. Another way of looking at the same data is we talk a little bit about those locations being near the coast. And what we are trying to look is how much freshwater head we have to continue to push the saltwater intrusion, right? So we are looking at wells that have a head less than 1 feet. Ideally, we would like to keep at least a feet off the fresh water, meaning those wells are above the ocean average levels. And we are seeing some wells, those are in the red in those maps, that we're beginning to see that they are having less than a feet. And then we are also assessing the proximity of those wells to some of the water sources, right? To some of the well fields that are utilized by utilities and water users in the region. So we really want to continue to invest in protecting those resources, and that's why we're coordinating with the utilities. Moving to the West Coast, lower Tamiami Aquifer, very similar conditions. Here on the left map, you see 2 wells that are showing us low levels. Again, less than 10 percentile. There is one more there on the 1024 range. And on the right, very similar conditions comparing to the 3 driest years, more recent driest years, 2007, 9, and 11. Conditions of today are below those. We are also looking similarly to the freshwater head in those areas and proximity to well fields, and we do identify here 3 wells that are already showing heads less than 1 feet. Our third area here is the Indian Prairie Basin. So this is in the inland area is a different situation. We do have an MFL, minimum flows and levels established in this area. And what we can see in 2 of the monitoring stations, illustrated in green and blue in this hydrograph, is that the levels are approaching the bottom of the regulation schedule there for this time of the year. So then we are monitoring water levels in the lake, Istopoga itself, and the canals around the lake to understand what are the conditions there. We also have initiated coordination with the Seminole tribe, one of the users there. And we are also initiating coordination with the Army Corps to continue to allow deliverables from the Lake Stopoga and continue when the lakes are dropping below zone B to meet some of the water supply demands that we have in the Indian Prairie Basin. We have done that in the past, so we are looking to what are the tools that we have to help us get there. So if the canals levels do drop below zone B, it's going to be a daily decision based on stability there, public health, safety, and of course all those water uses that we have in the basin. So on February 5th, last week, our executive director, Drew Bartlett issued warning orders to those 3 areas. So those are very clearly just to make sure we are not imposing restrictions at this time. We are giving a warning to all those locations. And what that triggers is a lot of coordination, enhanced monitoring, and activities that will help us go through these conditions. So first action there, we are really advising water users to comply with the year-round landscape irrigation rule. This is, again, year-round irrigation rule. We seek to minimize as much as possible landscape irrigation once a week. We are also requesting users to implement additional voluntary water conservation measures as possible. We are increasing communication with all water users in these locations, local government, public in general, public engagement. We are also providing advance notice that worsening of those water shortage conditions might result in mandated cutbacks. So that's why it's so important to do the voluntary conservations now. And we are also encouraging utilities to look for alternative water supply sources where possible, so those uses can be maximized to the extent practicable. I want also to emphasize that we are one of 5 water management districts. I know we are very aware, but all the water management districts are working on and assessing those conditions. There are warnings and other orders around us, but the warnings that we are doing and the path that we are pursuing here applies to our jurisdiction only. So we are working very closely with the water management districts, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, to monitor those overall conditions and also to coordinate action, especially in those areas where counties where they have more than one water management district within the same county. So we have calls and we are coordinating very closely with them. I also want to take a moment to say thank you for the utilities in our region that have already stepped in and started to do some action. So we have already enhanced water level and water quality monitoring in some locations. So really all those water users, utilities helping us to get as much data as possible to understand conditions. Some of them are beginning to shift pumping inland and really helping on conserving some of those aquifers closer to the coast. There is also enhanced communications, public messaging. We saw messages in their website and social media, and we really appreciate the collaboration with them early on this. And they do have a plan to continue to provide clean, safe water to people, and we are working with them to really protect the aquifers. So reminder on some of the main actions. Now we have been using those important water conservation measures year-round. We always do, but now it's more important than ever to really take some of those simple steps to save water. Indoors, outdoors, we all know, I think all of us in this room are very familiar with that, but it's important to also help us disseminate this message. And I want to take a moment to also thank media partners. They have been getting a lot of messages out there and also helping with this education, conservation, engagement. A final point that I want to make here today is one important response plan option that we also have. That's going to help us in terms of recharging some of those canals is also a tool that we have, so we can move water as possible and keep some of those canal levels higher to enhance recharge and help us on groundwater. So we have been doing that. I talk about the CNSF system and the tools we have in place to do that. So we have some possibilities that we are using the resources available. And then one thing is that is important to note is that if when we move water and we try to recharge those canals, especially in the lowest coast, we do that through the WCA. And if the floor elevation on the WCA is, if we get a level below the floor elevation, we cannot do those regional deliverables, so we cannot just recharge the canals unless we can have an equal volume of water from another source, Lake Okeechobee. It's almost an offset mechanism. So this is challenging, of course, when lake levels are also low, nearing the water shortage management ban. John will provide more details on his presentation about lake levels, and we can have a little bit more close discussion on that next. Our path forward here, as I mentioned, we're going to continue to monitor closely with the help of partners on rainfall, water levels, water demands in general. We will continue on public outreach and engagement with water users, utilities, and really reinforce the message to encourage conservation and the use of alternative water supply sources. We are continuously considering the need for potential water shortage restrictions. Decisions will be made depending on where we are on the system and a lot of those conditions. And finally, some of those lower levels in general and lower lake levels specifically do provide us opportunities for advancing some environmental enhancement, water supply and navigation improvement projects. And with that, I'm going to turn to Rich because he's going to walk us through some of those activities that we are planning to do.
Thanks, Carolina. Rich Virgil, I'm the Division Director for Field Operations. So my presentation is kind of broken into two different areas, the forward pumping and then the low lake level enhancement projects. So we call this forward pumping. So just to put it in context, why we call it forward pumping, there's 8 pump stations located around the lake, 5 on the north shore, 3 on the south shore of the lake. They all pump water into the lake to provide flood control. So these pumps that we're going to be installing potentially in these discharge structures pump out of the lake. So we call them forward pumps. It's just a terminology that we use, but that's what we use. So these couple photos here just showing some installation of the forward pumps and with the bulkhead and the pump being flown in by the crane and then the finished product of at 351. So the 3 locations where the pumps go in are at these 3 large water control structures that discharge the Miami Canal, the North New River Canal, and the L10 Canal, which is the West Palm Beach Canal. So as the lake continues to drop, if it does, and gets to the 10 range or lower, you no longer have the ability to gravity discharge from the lake into the canals within the EAA. So we'll be installing these pumps at these 3 water control structures to pump water into these canals to provide the water supply for the EAA, the Lower East Coast, the STAs, the tribes, the Everglades, and everything. So there is 7 bays within the 3 water control structures. We put 2 100 CFF pumps in each bay for a total of 14 pumps. We have 1 spare. We have a contract in place currently for a contractor to actually do this mobilization and install and demob when we're done. Upon notification, he has 96 hours to mobilize. It takes about 3 days per pump bay to get them installed. And then again, at the end, he'd be responsible for the removal and transporting these back to the storage yard. Just some photos of the pumps and the installation process. This is 2 pumps on the right or on the left on a lowboy trailer brought in from the West Palm Beach Field Station. That's where they're stored. The picture on the right is lowering one of the pumps down into the bay. You can just see how large they are. The large crane is needed. That's even the close pick for the pump. That's the closest one to the wall. You also have to think about reaching out to the middle one and then bringing the crane around to the other side to do the subsequent one on the far side. this is a typical installation schematic of the pump in the water control structure. So you have the lake side where the gate is, and then there's recesses in the concrete wall of the structure. And the recesses are there to slide panels in and block the water flow if we're going to remove a gate for repair, right? So what we're doing is we're utilizing those recesses in the walls to slide in these bulkhead pieces that have opening in them that the pumps are bolted to. So you can see here the pump intake, the motor, and the discharge side, how they're placed in there, and they have their own feet. They're set up on the bottom, and then they can pump out of the lake into the canal system. This is just a schematic of what each of the three structures would look like. There's 4 at 354 and 6 and 351, and another 4 over at 352. You can see just the general arrangement and the flow direction. One other thing that we're looking to do is to provide some supplemental pumping to the forward pumping by placing a submersible hydraulic pump, a large 42, 30 inch, whatever we can come up with, which would pump from the lake side through the structure, up over the bulkhead, and then down in. If we could use 30-inch pumps for each of the locations, it generate about 350 CSS total, but we're looking at trying to get all the way up to an additional 480. So one of the other things we're doing is we're collaborating with the water control districts within the EAA area. So we had the site visit last Friday on the 6th. Stakeholders were there, guys from the water control districts. We went out to 351. We went over the general operation of what the district's going to do to put the pumps in. And then we went over to one of the water control district pump stations to discuss how they can also pump forward into the system and help us supplement water levels within the EAA. Here's our summary sheet on the forward pumping. So we have the 14100 CFS pumps right now. We're actually looking to move forward and upsize all of them to 125. So we have a contract in place right now with MWI for the first 3, but they're not going to be ready for this dry season, unfortunately. But we are going to move forward and eventually upgrade all the hundreds to 125. And then we won't have to do the supplemental pumping through the gate and all that. It would just all be with these permanent forward pumps that we have. So then the supplemental pumps that we're working with the contractor with and district staff as well, because we have pumps in inventory that we want to try to use to take over 352 on our own. But we're looking to supply upwards of 480 additional CFS. The water control districts, these are their 3 pump stations, the capacity that they potentially can provide at those 3 locations. So the district structure, we're upwards of 1880, and with the water control districts, another 760. This is a nice map that Jill put together for us. This is kind of sequenced off the mapping that we were using for Hurricane Irma, and showing how the readiness of the pumps and the location, and it's just a really nice graphic. And as we turn on pumps and deploy pumps, we'll change the colors. We'll update this on a regular basis so we know where we're at. And then on to the Low Lake projects. It says potential on there. All of these projects are actually moving forward. The potential was terminology of we'll be able to do more if the lake goes lower. So the potential for the projects and the expansion of the scope for each of the projects is dependent on the lake level. So we're working with FWC. They have 2 big scrape down projects, sediment removal projects that they had shovel ready this year with permitting and everything. They've actually bid these projects out. They have a contractor ready to execute the first part of March. We're supporting them on that. We have 2 boat locks that we want to do sediment removal projects on. We're looking at emergent vegetation planning, invasive control, a lot of prescribed burning, and some debris removal. So I got slides on each of these and I'll run through them with you. So the first big project that we're collaborating with FWC on is the First Point Connector Project, sediment removal. That's the map in there. These projects, these two big projects, kind of work off previous projects that they did before. They selected these areas because these were historically open slough areas, so they're trying to restore that type of habitat to the lake. So they're looking to restore this to the sandy bottom. This will help increase the diversity of the vegetation. They do need the lake to get down to around 11, but they are moving on these regardless of the level right now. This one's about 200 acres. It's over 260,000 cubic yards of material that will be excavated and hauled, and then we're going to encapsulate that up here at the Yankee Point disposal site. So the district's part of this is we're prepping and building the disposal sites for them. We're installing that plug to facilitate the hauling, and we're doing the vegetation clearing along that haul road for them to facilitate the contractor's movement and hauling the dirt out in muck and sediments to get it up to Yankee Point. This is the other project that we're assisting them on. This one's the Indian Prairie one. It's a little bit smaller, but still a substantial project at 126 acres, 156,000 cubic yards. Again, trying to restore to the natural sand bottom to promote the growth of the proper vegetation. And on this project, the district's also prepping and constructing the containment site. That's really the old spoil mound that's along this canal. So we're working on that. I do have some progress video, some small video here and some photos. This is just a bulldozer pushing over some cane grass and chopping and getting the area ready to receive the spoil. We'd like to get this in very uniform so that we can maintain these sites at the end. This is a drone shot from, this is being done by the Okeechobee Construction Group. There's the excavator. This is woody vegetation that has to be pushed up and then piled, and then it'll be subsequently burned in burn piles. So we're trying to get out ahead, make sure we're ready when the contractor's ready to go. So actually we have both of these sites completed and we are ready for them to start hauling when they come in March. We have the plug installed for the haul road, and our contractor, our veg management contractor, will be in on Monday to start clearing the vegetation along that road there. We may have to do some improvements to the road and filling and grading and stuff to get it ready for the heavy trucks to run on it. But that's moving. That'll be starting on Monday. They're saying it's 2 weeks worth of work, which coincides perfectly with the start of the contracts for FWC. Then the two boat lock projects that we're doing in-house, this is the one at G36. Again, we too want to restore to the natural sand bottom. We have had issues with algae blooms and stuff in some of these locks because the water becomes very stagnated in here when it gets clogged up with vegetation and sediment. So we're hoping that by cleaning these out, it'll reduce the occurrence of any algae blooms in the area. And it'll also help promote the proper vegetation within the bottom. This is about 2.5 acres, about 4,000 cubic yards will be generated. We're also going to improve the jetties here as well because they're old and the riprap has sunken and subsided, and it needs to all be refurbished. And we'll be hauling this stuff all off to a disposal site over at Lakeside Ranch that we have. This is the other project at 135, very similar scope, same thing. Let's get it cleaned out, let's refurbish the jetties, haul the material off. This status of these are, we've done all our sampling for the soils so we know where we can dispose of them. The permits were being circulated this week for signature, and we should be submitting either today or tomorrow. And then we hope to start by the end of March, once the water levels get down a little further. Then we move on to some emergent vegetation plantings that we're working on. So Zach Welch's group is heading this piece of this up. There's 3 types of plants here that they're looking to install in this Coot Bay area north of Clewiston on the lake. The Kissimmee grass has to be harvested, brought into a greenhouse so that the roots can grow and establish so that it's ready for planting. So that piece of the work the PO has been executed and we're moving on that. The other 2 get planted bare roots, so we don't have to have that advanced work done. So we are looking to put in as much as 50,000 plants, so it's going to be a pretty good size operation. And working on invasive. So our veg management group under Rory Feeney with Leroy Rogers will be targeting this area within the lake for Brazilian pepper control. As the lake levels drop, it facilitates more access to this area where we can go in and do some mechanical work or herbicide work on stubborn Brazilian pepper. We all know how stubborn this is to get rid of. It just seems to be everywhere. We're also going to be working on this Wayne's Wright's nut rush plant. And this is going to be later in the season when the water levels, if they do drop lower and the bare ground gets exposed. This is a plant that's known to be opportunistic and rush into those areas. So should we get down that low, we'll be monitoring it from April forward. Should this happen, we're going to target these areas to try to keep this invasive out of those open marsh areas once they get exposed. Prescribed burns. So we burned between the 2 agencies last year, like 22,000 acres got burned on the lake. We're targeting it upwards of another 20,000 this year. Of course, this helps control the Carolina willow, keeps the areas open for snail kites and other wading birds. District staff has established this dashboard. Really cool tool that Yunga did up in the St. Cloud office for us. As the water levels drop and change, this thing will identify the perfect spots to do the burning. So what's the next steps on this? We're still collaborating with FWC on this, so we're both going to have work in it. You can see the areas here that are split up between the district and us. The target start level is at 12.5. We're basically there. We even talked, we probably, if everything works out, we should be burning within days with our first one. That tool that I showed on the dashboard subdivides the areas into 61 different units for burning. And then each water level, as it drops, will identify the perfect areas that we should be working. So we're going to really aggressively work on this. Justin Nolte will be helping out a lot with this for us. The other thing is that just came up was in this upper corner here. You see where it's identified this fire line on Chansey Bay. FWC just came to us and asked us to prepare this fire line for them in this location. It's about 6.5 miles. We already have the equipment on site as of today. We have an operator assigned to it. We're going to have a site meeting between FWC, the district, and the Corps to make sure the line goes in properly, because we are talking about the dike at the foot of the dike. And we'll get this started, probably should be completed within just a few days once we pull the trigger on it. And last but not least of the projects, we're looking to do some debris removal. There's an area up on Kramer Island that has old tires and things that were disposed of up there many years ago. It impinges our ability to do prescribed burns in that area because we don't want to get the tires on fire, right? But they have been there a long time. They were embedded deep. We're going to have to see what we can do. We'll be opportunistic with other debris that's on the lake bottom once it starts to become exposed. But we've been very successful, the district, with our volunteer program through our rec forum that we have. This is a group in the picture here from the Kissimmee River Valley that they go up each year and do work days up there. And these guys come to work. They bring their buggies, their airboats, their backhoes, their machines. They get into it. They get a lot of work done. We hope that we can generate some interest in some of the groups to help us with the debris removal here on the lake. So that's my run through this. There are a couple of resolutions associated with these presentations. So there's one associated more with Carolina's work that she provided for authorization for Drew. And then the other one is more of a budgetary resolution to be able to transfer money around to support the project work that I'm heading up. Anybody have any questions or?
We're gonna do public comment now. Thank you both. I'm assuming there's public comment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Rich, can I ask a quick question
Yeah,
before we go to public comment? When we start the fires, do we use the district Air Force helicopters to do it? Are they dropping those flaming ping pong balls out of those
We
things?
do, but we usually contract it out. We don't use the district choppers to do it.
I like to see video of that.
Yeah.
We'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll begin with Mark Perry, followed by Nyla Pipes.
Afternoon, Governing Board, Mark Perry. You know, the lake began back in November 1st. We had about 13.8 feet at the start of the dry season, and then by now it's down to 12.63 feet. We've moved south, and you'll see from John Mitnick's report, I'm pretty sure around 700,000 acre feet came out of the structure south, but a lot of that was taken up, of course, in water supply, which is provided to the EAA from November through May of each year. Right now, currently, there is about 2,000 CFS coming out of the three structures south, 354, 352, and 351. That's about 1.3 billion gallons a day. But there's zero CFS going from the STAs, south of the EAs, through the STAs into the water conservation areas, zero. So there's no water going south into the water conservation areas. It's just going in for water supply in the EAA. The 3A sits at about 8.68 feet in elevation, and it's supposed to be at the schedule is about 10.23 feet, meaning that it's dry, it's below schedule, it's been drying up in that center portion. Right down the middle of Water Conservation Area 3A is the top of the Biscayne Aquifer. It slopes then from the top down to the underneath the lower East Coast, and that's their primary water supply. What's drying up is the water supply for the lower East Coast, particularly because there's no water in the Everglades. And basically, we've been trying to work on a schedule in the lake that says, let's put that water south so that it gets to the south during particularly the dry season and keeps the Everglades hydrated, keeps the Biscayne Aquifer hydrated for that water supply they need in the lower East Coast. Consequently, we're dropping the lake, and we've dropped the lake before, and now we're putting in forward pumps. I recall in year 2000, when we had been drowning in the lake for years, just like we were this recently, we said we got to lower the lake. We started doing that, went from 15 feet down to about 8.97 feet in May of 2001, one of the lowest levels it's ever been. Emergency 14 forward pumps were authorized, and we got them, put them in just in case the lake would drop to 7.5 feet. We could still get water out of the lake for water supply. We're giving water supply primarily for the EAA water supply no matter what. And you've got to really consider how you balance out water supply needs, particularly throughout the whole system at this critical time when we're having a Lake Okeechobee crisis. What's it going to do to the lake? If we keep going lower and lower with the lake, what's going to happen? Sometimes that's good for the lake once in a while, but not all the time. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Next, we'll hear from Nyla Pipes.
Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. So, first of all, I'm really excited about the opportunity that we have here as the lake is low. I love seeing that we are talking about scraping and burning and removing exotic vegetation and all of that. The lake needs it. Now, we are in, according to the U.S. Drought Monitor, the 25th driest year out of the last 132. That's pretty sobering. St. Lucie County, they have us at 75% extreme drought, 25% severe drought. Martin County, 61% extreme drought, 39% severe drought. I plucked those two counties out because that happens to be where I live. And I will tell you, people do not know. In fact, a lady came on social media yesterday and posted on a community group and said, "We're in a drought. Please consider how you're watering your lawns." And I watched this poor woman get lambasted. I mean, told to go back north where the Yankees are. It's wintertime. It's dry here. People do not know. And we've got to do a better job making sure that the urban communities understand we are in drought. I think it's absolutely exacerbated because we just had that freeze, and the freeze has been horrible for agriculture, but it's also been really horrible for people's lawns. I am hearing that the homeowners associations are already sending out letters, nastygrams, telling people that their lawns are too brown. People are watering. They're watering desperately because they want to save their palm trees and their clusia and their lawns, and the homeowners associations are telling them they have to. So I'm concerned when I hear that we're going to do voluntary measures and get the communication out. We're behind the 8 ball on this, guys. So I just wanted to share those stories from you, for you from St. Lucie and Martin County specifically, but I know this is going on statewide. It's definitely going on in my backyard. And so it's not just ag that is using the water. It's definitely our urban communities. We've got to work very, very hard. If we can get a text message that says we have a hail alert in Port St. Lucie, we can definitely get one that says, "Hey, we're in a drought. These are your watering days." Or, "Don't water at all. I'm sorry. You might lose that species that doesn't belong here in the first place." Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Mr. Chairman, we have no hands raised on Zoom and no additional public comment.
Great. Thank you all for your comments. We'll go now to board comment before we take up the resolutions. Anyone want to comment? Ms. Bergeron.
I think, we're obviously in a drought, and in some ways, it gives us the opportunity inside the lake to remove exotics and remove and silt and improve. And you can only do that when we're in a drought. The benefits of the Everglades, the benefits of, the management areas and the Everglades itself is certainly need a dry season every few years and a wet season to have a pristine wetland. The concern is how long will this last that would affect water supply. So let's hope we get some rain here pretty quick, and let's take advantage of our staff able to get into the lake and clean up areas to make it more pristine. Thank you.
Mr. Steinle.
Thanks. Yeah, I agree, Ron. I'm wondering that the muck removal and burning and the ecological projects that we're doing, restoration projects, are those prescribed as part of recovery, or are those supplemental actions that we're taking?
You're talking about recovery operations.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, because I would assume there's a direct correlation between the usually a direct correlation between the recovery process, setting the conditions to then do these.
Yeah, they're really, the LOSM is more of an operating plan with respect to how you move water, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. So that was just to lower the lake to try to bring light to this SAV, right? So it didn't really go beyond that as far as I know. Okay, and so what we're doing, working with FWC, and we heard it from the public, right? Hey, we've seen in the past when the lake gets low that we can mobilize resources to do some good projects on the lake. So really, this is more of an opportunistic investment that we're doing, not any, I mean, it's just, so what I did was I assigned Rich to basically head up a team at the district working with FWC and FDAX and the Corps and he's got a whole spreadsheet of all the activities we can do and all the milestones, permits, everything we need to do associated with them, budget maneuvering, all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of a detailed action plan to try to get at what he briefed you on just now.
Okay. No, I think that's great to seize the opportunity. And in terms of the forward pumps, maybe you guys can help me understand this better. These are, well, I guess, they're put in temporarily? Okay. And not all of them have been installed. Some are on standby. None of, they're all on standby.
They're all on standby. Yeah, you can move at this lake stage down until you get to 10.5 or lower.
That's what
You can
that's
move
what I
more
was
with
gonna ask.
gravity.
Because
Yeah.
if you're looking from what I see on John's report, if you're looking at 10 feet, you're looking at a 10% probability, right? So my question was, have we installed these forward pumps based on a 10% probability? No.
No, they're not installed.
Okay.
So we're just
Right.
poised
That's-
to install them.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
that makes much more sense to me. Okay, thanks.
I've got a couple questions. I don't know this is Drew or Dr. Moran. Following up sort of on what Ms. Pipes was saying, what message do we as a district want to convey to the public right now, and what can we do sort of to get the message out there? What one thing can they do that's going to have the biggest bang for buck?
So what I would start with is let's follow our district-wide ordinances and our locally adopted ordinances to only water twice a week at most, right?
Okay.
Sometimes
Again,
it
most people
depends on
have
where you
no
are.
idea those exist.
Right. So it's about public education, and what we've seen is the counties where we issued the warnings, they did jump on and do some public education on this. Nyla's right. The other counties, we haven't seen that. And so there's probably an opportunity to engage those counties, those utilities, and try to double down on the messaging in those areas.
Okay. And then my next question has to do a little bit with what Mr. Talisi was asking earlier, and then I think you got a letter from the city of Sanibel as well. I know Lee County and Sanibel are both worried about the C-43 and the Caloosahatchee flows being at 350 and not being at the MFL of 457. What would it take to get us at that 457 MFL? I mean, I don't tell me 107, but what does 107 look like to, is that a lot of water? Is it a little water? Is it like 30 days, 10 days, 2 years, coming off the lake at that level?
I could do some calculations if you want me to get back to you, but
you can certainly get back to me. I'm trying to get a feel for scale.
Okay, I've got something right here. So 100 CFS is about 6,000 acre feet a month.
Okay.
Right.
Again, that makes my head sort of go. I have no idea what that means, but
okay.
I can't envision 6,000 acre feet.
So,
but how many swimming pools now?
I mean, right now, I would just say.
How much is that on the lake?
So the 1 foot on the lake is 450,000 acre feet.
Okay.
Right. So what we're thinking about right now is not just this dry season, but next dry season as well. Right. And so that's why when we think about conservation mode, we are thinking about water supply for communities. Right. And the southeast coast, we do want to, and we need it to have as much as we can for the heat of the dry season, right? The end of the dry season. And when John goes through his projections, you can see that we've been tracking at a pretty steep decline in the lake. And so as we're in conservation mode, we are trying to keep the water in the lake at the top of the system so we can use it for the communities, but also for like threatening conditions like peat fires and those types of things. So it is, that's kind of the way we're approaching things.
Does anyone else have questions, comments? Someone like to make some motions?
Let's see. I'll make a motion on resolution number 2026, 213.
For a second? I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on 2026-213? Hearing none, we'll call the question. Mr. Spotswood?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Mr. Steinley?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Hurley?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Thanks, that passes unanimously. And there's another resolution.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move 2026-0214.
Second.
Thanks, I have a motion and a second. Is there discussion? Hearing none, we'll call that question. Mr. Spotswood?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron? Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Mr. Steinley?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Hurley?
Yep.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Thanks. That passes unanimously as well. Thank you both for the presentation, and we'll move to technical reports. Mr. Mitnick?
All right,
Mr. Armstrong.
thank you, Mr. Chair. So you've already talked a fair amount about the technical reports and water conditions, but we'll just dive into a little bit more of the details. So just looking back over the last couple months, as we've all know that it's been dry. We've had a deficit of rainfall going back to November. Dry season kind of started the middle of October. I think the official date was October 11th, but ever since then, it's been that drier weather pattern. So this is kind of what it looks like stacked up against history. So right now, for the dry season, we've got about 35% of what we normally get in a typical dry season, which means that we are the second driest dry season since the 1990s. So that's what this graph is on the side here. You look at the different percentiles and the different colors. The red line is the current year tracking along. So that's where we are, kind of all the way down there at the bottom. You can see how the dry season kind of started off and it bounced around and then it plateaued out and got a little bit more rain. But it's been pretty much at the lower end of the historical record ever since the beginning of this dry season. So that's kind of where we stack up in comparison to history. Like I said, second driest dry season since the 90s. So looking at the upper portion of the system, this is the time of year that you'll recall that all of these lakes in the upper chain start getting pulled down. So East Lake, West Lake, they all start getting pulled down to their summer pools in preparation for a wet season, which as that water is moved down through the lake system and accumulated here in Lake Kissimmee, where you see Lake Kissimmee has been reasonably flat so far, at least since January. I know that can't see what happened in December back there, but at least since January. But right now we're following the increment 1 headwater schedule and doing about 300 cubic feet per second down the river coming out of Lake Kissimmee. So those inflows coming down from the north as those lakes start getting drawn down to their summer pool sort of offset the outflow that's coming out at that 300 CFS, and that's why Kissimmee has been relatively flat for the most part. Takes us down to Lake Istapoga. We don't usually talk that much about Lake Istapoga. You heard from Carolina during her presentation and the water shortage warnings that we just talked about and the board just considered. That lake has been declining. So to get a little bit more, okay, that slide's later on. I'll come back to it. Got a little out of sequence there. But I'll come back to Lake Istapoga here and talk a little bit more about what that lake does and its service area here in Indian Prairie Basin. But until then, Cassandra is going to talk about Kissimmee River floodplain.
So as you have heard repeatedly, there's not much water in the system right now, and compared to 1 month ago and 1 year ago, the Kissimmee River floodplain is fairly dry. Any color that you see that is brown or orange or even yellow is below ground water level. So we have very little water that's actually on the floodplain at this point, and the mean depth is about 0.3 feet. We have some flow going down the river channel through S365A. We're about 300 CFS, which is keeping flow going and is keeping the oxygen levels in the channel in the good zone for aquatic animals. But we are well below bank flow, so there's no water going out onto the floodplain at this time.
So then looking at how water has moved sort of around the northern portion of the system, you can see there so far this water year, there's been about 1,200 acre feet, 1,200,000 acre feet coming into Lake Okeechobee. Quick math, that's around 3 feet, and that was the 3 feet that you saw during the wet season and the rise from last dry season. But during the current dry season, and especially in the last month, there hasn't been any inflows into Lake Okeechobee from the northern watershed. Looking over on the East Coast side, there hasn't been any water that's moved out of the C-44 basin to the St. Lucie estuary, either from the basin itself or from Lake Okeechobee. Most of that runoff here up in C-23, 24, and C-25 areas have been predominated by the wet season rains and not so much during the dry season. You can see a lot of those numbers over here for the last month are relatively low. Over on the West Coast, total water year to date is just short of 750,000, with 58,000 having originated back in Lake Okeechobee. The chairman touched on some of those Lake Okeechobee releases and maintaining that 350 CFS to the Caloosahatchee River, and Cassandra will talk a little bit later about the conditions in the river itself. So now talking about Indian Prairie Basin and looking at a little bit more detail of that basin. So we're talking the northwest side of Lake Okeechobee. This is the Indian Prairie Basin. Sort of the basin is split in half. You have these water control structures right here, here, and here that allow water to move by gravity down to the southern portions of the basin. So as dry conditions persist, there are two pump stations there and there on the two canals in Indian Prairie Basin that then pull water from Lake Okeechobee to maintain canal levels in these reaches of the canal to provide water supply, primarily for the tribal nation, but there is some other uses within this area that water is supplied to. Whereas the northern portion of these canals and then down all the way over here to S83, all of that water supply comes from Lake Istapoga itself from the north. And the way the regulation schedule works for Lake Istapoga, it's similar to Lake Okeechobee. It has different zones, different classifications. Right now we are about 1/10 of a foot above what they call Zone C for that particular regulation schedule. And the way that schedule works, once you enter into Zone C, then it eliminates all water supply releases from this structure here, S68, to the northern portion of the basin up here. So in recognition of that 1/10 of a foot, sort of the schedule this time of year is declining down. I could probably back up a couple slides and you get a better picture of what that schedule looks like here. You can see it's declining down, and there's different subzones dealing with the operations of those two pump stations, G207 and G208. What we are in the process of right now is we're about to submit a deviation request to the Corps of Engineers to add a new line coming down across there, similar to what was approved in 2012 during the previous water shortage, such that we did not have to curtail, going the wrong way, do not have to curtail those water supply releases from S68 to the northern portion of the basin. So if it's not already on Drew's desk for signature, it will be by the end of today or tomorrow, and we'll get that across to the Corps of Engineers for their consideration. As I said, it is a very same deviation request that we had in 2007 that was approved at that time as well. So now taking the next step down to Lake Okeechobee, everyone's used to seeing this graphic, but I thought it'd be a little bit more enlightening to go back over the last several months and look at how the projection has evolved. So up here in the upper right, the upper left corner, you have the November projection that was presented to the board, December projection that was presented to the board, January, and then of course the current one. So as you can see, we typically, hone in, or at least I do, this 50% line. You've had a lot of comments already about the 25th percent, which is this pink or fuchsia color, and then some down in the 10 percentiles, these blue colors. As we've progressed through time, going back from November projection, everybody was talking about a 25% chance of being in water shortage out into May, June timeframe. That held true for the most part in December, where you still started bumping up against the line a little bit earlier, but not really crossing it until that May or June timeframe. Similar projection out here in January, except maybe it was a little bit earlier in the May timeframe, but When we get to February, recognizing the extreme dryness that we've seen during the month of January, you can see how that projection is now shifted. It has shifted such that that 25% line that we've talked about in the past is now more in the April-ish, maybe March timeframe of crossing potentially into the water shortage management band as that band is, continues to recede. I'll talk a little bit more towards the end of the presentation about forecasts and the projections from the Climate Prediction Center and others, but I thought it would be informative to see how the projection has changed throughout the dry season and is continuing to react to the differing conditions. At the top here, we've talked in the past about these different shading. I think Mr. Butler always likes to ask a question about the color coding. How they are a little bluish, which means a little bit normal or above normal. But those, again, are those forecasts based on climatology. It's not what we're actually seeing on the ground, and the projections are reacting to what is on the ground. So more to come on that.
For flow going into and out of the lake, we've had low inflow, about 20,000 acre feet, with rainfall being about 10. So total inflow to the lake over the past month has been 30,000 acre feet, and total outflow from the lake has been 250,000 acre feet, with 100 of that coming from evaporation, and the rest is outflow. And one of those outflows is from that event where we were sending water south for protection of crops. So that is what above and beyond looks like on a graph, Mr. Butler. We have seen a lot of water coming out for frost protection. It's a little disheartening to hear that it wasn't quite as successful as we had hoped. Apologies, this is not the recovery envelope. This is the ecological envelope that I am presenting here. And as can be seen, we are the lowest we've been since 2011. We are quite below the ecological envelope, and the western marsh is now fully exposed with the lower water depths, which is not setting us up for good nesting season. And this is the foraging wading bird survey that was recently conducted. As you can see, it was quite high and well above the interquartile range, which represents the past 5 years. I'd like to note that the past 5 years were not exactly the best 5 years, so these numbers are not unprecedented. We've seen them before, for example, back in 2019. However, this is not necessarily a good thing. This is indicator of the dry conditions in the surrounding area. Basically, this is the only restaurant in town that's open, and so this is where the birds have come to do their foraging. They are foraging down slope, where they primarily would be hitting at the end of May. So the fact that they're in these areas in early February is concerning. Water quality in the lake is doing okay. The upper graph is chlorophyll A, and you can see there's been a little bump up here. We've had a very persistent bloom on the lake in the southern end, and that bloom has actually been consuming a lot of our dissolved organic nitrogen. So in the nearshore area, nutrient concentrations are quite low. They're a little higher in the middle of the lake where there's less phytoplankton to be absorbing those nutrients. And turbidity has come down pretty significantly over the past 2 months within the middle of the lake, and is still pretty low at the edges. And here's pictures of that persistent bloom. You can see on the pictures, satellite pictures on the left, there's this persistent bloom in the southern end of the lake. But as of February, a couple of days ago, we are pretty cleared out with just a little bit of remnants along the side. And this was due to the increased winds that we had on the lake, as well as the couple of cold snaps that we have had. And here is the weather that was driving that reduction. And I wanted to bring your attention to a pattern that has evolved, which is warmer days followed with increased temperatures and low wind, followed by a cold snap, and lower temperatures and higher winds, and we even got down to 10 degrees Celsius, which is 50 degrees Fahrenheit, for our latest cold snap that has resulted in the fish kills that we've been talking about. So this is some pictures of those fish kills that we have seen on the lake. As you can see, it's not the prettiest. There's a lot of biomass there. It's mostly non-natives, which is encouraging from the invasive species perspective. But as you note in some of these pictures, there does seem to be a little bit of an algal bloom being driven by the release of the nutrients from the decomposing biomass that we have there. We've also seen some significant fish kills in Lakeside Ranch STA. Most of that was tilapia. And so the current conditions, if you're visiting, may smell a little unpleasant, but it is good that we're getting rid of these exotic species. Moving on to the St. Lucie, we had less than 100 CFS flow going into the St. Lucie over the past week. Most of that was from the tidal basin, and you can see from the middle graph that we have pretty much been in this condition for most of the dry season. There has been an increase in salinity up into the forks. You can see that darker blue has moved up into the forks compared to last month. So we are getting higher salinities moving into the upper estuary. And for oysters, we are now in the stressed range and out of the optimal range for oysters at US 1 Bridge. Moving over to the Caloosahatchee, I'm going to start in the bottom area first, and then my next slide will be the upper area. So we have had pretty consistent flows going into the Caloosahatchee, and this past week we averaged 428, which has been noted is below the MFL. And we have not had much of a change in the salinity gradients from last month. They pretty much look the same because the flows are pretty similar. And so the salinities for Cape Coral have pretty much stayed the same, and they're in the optimum range for for oysters at Cape Coral. And we are in the stressed range at Shell Point and Sanibel. Now moving into the upper Caloosahatchee, we are looking at an MFL of 457, and we have not met that for quite a while. And so I wanted to talk to you about what that implications are for tape grass, which is our indicator species in the upper part of the estuary. So tape grass has salinity thresholds of 10 and 15. So anything below 10, the tape grass is functional, it's reproducing, it's growing, it's doing what it wants to do. Between 10 and 15, it is stressed. And by stressed, that means that it has stopped focusing on reproduction. It is now focusing on survival. It doesn't put any energy into producing seeds or flowers. It also stops growing new leaves, and it will start to senesce some of the older leaves. And what ends up happening is we get a loss of about 50% of the above ground biomass when salinities are over 10 for more than 2 to 3 weeks. At 15, we get mortality. So you will see at Fort Myers, we are bouncing between stressed and mortality and have since early December. So it is very likely that the tape grass that is in the Fort Myers area is no longer. We have been in these conditions for more than 2 weeks, 2-3 weeks, obviously. And this is our most downstream extent of that habitat. So the conditions between Val I-75, which are still in the optimum range, and Fort Myers, which is our furthest downstream, those conditions are transitioning between optimum and stressed. And so I know I've heard some stakeholders on the other side very concerned about some projects that they had going with their tape grass plantings. And so those are in jeopardy at this point. And very quickly, I know we're short on time, but I wanted to show you this tool that my coastal staff has developed in collaboration with Google Earth Engine. They spent a lot of time working on gathering all the salinity data that was available for the St. Lucie and the Caloosahatchee from the USGS, our data, and also Erlon system, which is managed by Harbor Branch. They wrote 400,000 lines of code in order to make this tool happen. And you, as the governing board, will have access to this. I will send you a link, and your login credentials are your district credentials, and you'll be able to use this tool to assess the salinity in the 2 estuaries. So briefly, you have layers that you can click on and shows you what's going on. So right now the salinity layer is clicked. I wanted to point out this is the time frame. You can change the time frame. You can scroll left or right and change what frame you have. You can click your estuary here, whether it's SLE or CRE, and then you can also change your stations. And if you really want, you can see what the salinity graph looks like. But what makes this fun is you can add in more layers. So I just added in the seagrass layer and the oyster layer. The seagrass is green, the oysters are orange. And you can see where those are located within the estuary. And then most importantly, you can see where the performance metrics are. So this is the oyster salinity PM over top of where the oysters are actually located. So you can get a really good idea of how they are being impacted by the salinities throughout the system, not just the Rio station that I report on a monthly basis. So it's really cool that you can get a real live assessment. You can change the time frames of your salinity, so you can get a monthly average, a weekly average, an annual. And so it's very informative for the conditions out there. And then this here is the salinity graph you can see for this time frame that you have selected. And it maybe won't move forward. There we go. And this is Caloosahatchee. You can see the salinity gradient that exists for the Caloosahatchee. And again, you can put the performance metrics over top of where the oysters are. You can see most of the oysters are down in the southern part or downstream part, and you can see for this time frame it was mostly in the stressed region. So pretty cool. Y'all will be able to have access to this, and I will get those credentials to you shortly. And then we'll move on to Mr. Mitnick.
So looking at how water's moved around the southern portion of the system, you can see there the inflows to the conservation areas have been about just shy of 700,000 acre feet, not that much in the last month, obviously. We are moving water supply releases from Lake Okeechobee down through the stormwater treatment areas to be able to supply over here to the tribal nation, as well as delivering water to Conservation Area 3A for water supply deliveries out the Miami River that eventually run down the Miami River, but also a portion of it going all the way down here, the South Dade Conveyance System. And I'll talk a little bit more about the conditions and water movement in the conservation areas here in a couple slides. But overall, just for the wet season, you've got just over 1.2 million acre feet have come off the lower East Coast. For the entire water year, about 800, just short of 900,000 acre feet of that is to Biscayne Bay. So looking at the stormwater treatment areas, due to the drier weather, there are inflows to the STAs. They've treated just shy of 560,000 acre feet so far this year. You can look back in comparison to the 2 previous years where they were well over 1 million acre feet. And you'll see in the next slide from Cassandra that with that amount of treatment that they processed from the 2 previous years plus this year, despite some of that performance that the public speaker talked about earlier in the day for last water year, this water year, all of the stormwater treatment areas, with the exception of STA 5-6, are currently in compliance with the Q-Bill.
So as John mentioned, I am going to start with the bottom graph to talk about our performance over the past year, because that is the star of the show. We are below 19 for almost all of our STAs, and we are below 13 for STA 3-4. Our phosphorus loading rate for each one of these STAs is below 1 gram per meter square per year, which is our target to get in compliance with our Q-Bill. So STA 5-6 is struggling with its performance, and the reason for that is it has been suffering dry out for the past several years. So we have implemented a strategy recently to try to help alleviate that. Not only do we have the C139 that's online now, we also have another tool that I will talk to you about in just a bit. But we are working hard to get the water quality coming down and increased performance for STA 5.6, but we are in great shape for the other STAs. This water year, STA 3.4 has taken on the most of the water. It's actually this, if you add up all the other STAs, it equals pretty much STA 3.4's water treatment. And also, as a reminder, it's our largest STA, so not surprising that it's taken the most water. And then moving over to our target stages, most of our online cells are at target stage or a little above or a little below. Water levels are starting to come down, however. And here are the water depth maps for each of the STAs. Starting over here for 1 East, we do have this flowway offline for leveling in that middle cell, so that is why that one is showing up as yellow and orange. That flow is offline, but the rest are online and at target. For STA2, you'll notice some dry out here. That's because we've got some ongoing vegetation management activity in the inflow canals for vegetation treatment, so those are not getting as much water as they normally do, so that's why they look a little dry. 1 West looks good, 3.4 looks good. 5.6 is got some areas. I did want to draw your attention to this flowway. This is flowway 4. There is a sensor issue that it is reporting that conditions are drier than they actually are. So we are not in the reds and dark reds and oranges. Conditions are actually better out there than the map indicates. What I did want to draw your attention to is this cell, cell 5A. What we have done is we've taken water from C139 FEB and stacked it up into the canal and then created what we're calling a hydraulic ridge. So basically it puts a pressure point in the canal to force water into the STA, and we release that water into the STA very slowly, which has proven to increase the hydration of the soils better than if we had just released it in a normal fashion. So this is now a new tool in our toolbox to help keep these areas hydrated with a smaller amount of water. And what we are trying to target is keeping these soils hydrated, not necessarily surface water. But if we keep the soils hydrated, then that will decrease the potential for the phosphorus to efflux out of the system during when we have dry out. Once those systems get rehydrated, the phosphorus will come fluxing out of the soil. So if we can keep the soil moist, that phenomenon won't happen, and that will improve the performance for STA 5.6. Moving on to the Everglades STAs, we've got fairly dry conditions, and it is a mixed bag throughout the system. In Water Conservation Area 1, we've got this little dry area up here, which was actually a good thing because we needed to do some vegetation management in that area, and they were able to do a prescribed burn earlier this week, so that was very successful. And then you also notice that the upper area of Conservation Area 2A is also starting to dry out, but the bottom is still fairly wet and is over what would be normal for this time of year. However, given that there is water in that part of the system, it now is proving to be ecologically beneficial for it to be there. We're starting to see a little bit more bird usage in that area, and so it might be a good thing that we're keeping the water over there. And then moving to 3A, the upper northern area is fairly dry. The lower area is starting to dry out. Of course, the western area is pretty dry. We're very dry here. And this is Taylor Slough. We are losing our connectivity to the lake, to the park and to Florida Bay. There's a little bit left in Taylor Slough, but not much. And the other sloughs pretty much don't have hydrologic connectivity. Now, from a percentile perspective, things are pretty brown, which means that we are in the lower 10th percentile for most of the areas except for 2A South, which is in the 90th percentile. And for 3A North to be in the 10th percentile. It's usually drier anyway, so for us to be in the 10th percentile for that means that it's really dry there. Now moving on to the gauges and where we are with stages specifically, looking at the top one, Site 9, which is in Conservation Area 1, we're in the lower 10th percentile, but still within the normal range. For 2A, we are coming down quite rapidly. We are now in the 90th percentile for that area and above the minimum target that we have established for SEP Ops 1.0. It's still in draft form, so just be aware of that. But these are the targets. This is the minimum target. This is the maximum target for STA2, Water Conservation Area 2A. And then for the Site 17, which is the more southern one, you can see that we are well above the historic, but we are now starting to approach that 90th percentile, and we are above the minimum. Moving to the southern part of the STA's Water Conservation Area 2A, Site 63, we are below the minimum that we would like to be at in this area. We are below the historic average, and we are below where we would want to be for the Alley North Colony, which is IBIS. We missed the threshold back here in October, and we're going to miss the threshold that we want to see for March. And then for Site 64, again, we are below the minimum, we are below the historic average, and we are going to miss our box for wood storks. And this is an example of what the on-the-ground conditions look like. So it is pretty dry in that area. And at Site 65, again, we are below historic, but the historic is actually higher than we want it to be. So it's okay that we're below historic. We are above the medium. Dr. Cook went out on a bird survey in January 23rd, and this here on the slide is a summary of what he saw. Basically, there is limited foraging in the park by wading birds. They're mostly along the edges of Florida Bay. There weren't any birds at Jetport, or Big Cypress. In 3A North, there are some birds, white ibis and spoonbill, that are foraging in Alley North, and some spoonbill are starting to actually nest. But it is not looking promising with the current hydrologic conditions out there in that area. Moving down to Florida Bay, as I mentioned before, Taylor Slough, we're losing the hydrologic connectivity. Stages have coming down, and at Taylor Slough Bridge, the water is now below ground. So we are starting to see the salinities come up through all the regions of the bay, and we are at or near the upper end of the interquartile range for each of the different regions for salinity. I did ask my staff who were out there earlier this week how the seagrass was looking, if there was any concern for the seagrass. They said they did not see anything at this point, and the seagrass was looking good. What was not looking good was the fish. So we had that cold snap. It made it all the way down to Florida Bay, and you can see these graphs here show the temperatures throughout the bay. The fuzzy line is the normal, and this is what we were actually registering. So it was well below normal, and because of that, we did have some fish kills. Temperatures got down to 5C, which is around 40 degrees Fahrenheit. And unfortunately, we actually lost natives. This is a picture of a tarpon that was gotten by the cold snap. And we've also lost some Goliath grouper, bonefish, and snook. So the cold snap made its way all the way down there, and we did see some fish kills.
All right, taking a closer look at how water has moved around the southern portion of the system and in the conservation areas up here in the upper right-hand side, Area 1. You can see it's just slightly below its regulation schedule, and it's well above its floor elevation down here. For the most part, there aren't any regional deliveries coming out of Area 1 to Service Area 1, which is essentially Palm Beach County. Occasionally, every now and then, the structure right here, S39, will open up to supply some water down the Hillsborough, but for the most part, there isn't a need. Now, during the freeze event, there were some direct withdrawals by the Lake Worth Drainage District on Area 1 just for that freeze protection event, but those have ceased. Looking at Area 2, you heard Cassandra talk about how the upper portion of Area 2 is a little dry, but the lower portion's a little bit more wet and deeper for this time of year, but I'll put it in engineering terms instead of the way Cassandra described it. The birds are loving it, having some of that deeper water there. As we look to Surface Area 2, we are making water supply deliveries out of S38 coming from Area 2 over into Broward County. We had been moving water through all three of the structures from Area 2A into 2B. Just this week, we cut that back and are only delivering that water through two of the structures right now. In total, there's probably about 140 cubic feet per second coming out of Area 2 going into Service Area 2 for water supply purposes to prop up that groundwater. So that leaves us with Area 3, and there's a lot going on here in Area 3. You just heard all the ecological conditions and the drying down and the big brown blobs that Cassandra had just presented. So looking at the hydrographic self, I want to call your attention to this green line. That green line is the gauge that we use to determine when Area 3 is below its floor elevation, which is right here. So Area 3 now is below its floor elevation, and you heard it briefly from Carolina earlier in the afternoon. What that means is that every drop of water that we let out of Area 3, either into Miami-Dade County or down the South Dade conveyance system, then it has got to be preceded by an equal amount from the north. So the better part of 2 weeks now, in recognition that we knew we were going to be dropping below the floor at least a week ago, we have been implementing operations to bring water from Lake Okeechobee down the Miami Canal, run it through the A1 FEB, run it through STA 3-4, and then down into Water Conservation Area 3A. That happens either at the S8 pump station or through G404, which both sit right about here. Some of that G404 water is delivered to the tribal nation for their water supply through 409, but there is a gap in the levee that allows some of that water, while granted a smaller amount, to get into Water Conservation Area 3A. So right now, through this structure right here, we are delivering about 160 cubic feet per second down the Miami River, down into Service Area 3, which is essentially Miami-Dade County. And you'll recall some of those graphics that Carolina had in her presentation. We're peeling a portion of those flows off, sending it all the way down South Dade conveyance system down here, and even just underneath this text box, through S177 to get it all the way down to S18C at the bottom of the system to be able to prop up some of those well fields and prevent against saltwater intrusion. And if you have time, you can go back to Carolina's presentation. She had a really good map that showed where those well fields were in relation to some of the structures. So right now we're moving about 220 cubic feet per second down the South Dade conveyance system to be able to prop up those well fields down at the bottom. So just as a way of projections, you don't usually see these. For anybody who is very industrious, and the board members go and look at the website and the projections where we have all of these. I don't typically present them at the governing board because we just focus on Lake Okeechobee and its projections, but these are we do projections for the CPA for each of the water conservation areas. For Area 2A, we do two of them. We look at the S11B headwater, which is the structure between Area 2 and Area 3. And you kind of see what those projections look like as we go forward in time. That, depending on the time of year, actually becomes the gauge that you look at to determine the regulation schedule for Area 2A. But jumping down one more to Area 3A, this is the overall 3 gauge average, which is sites 63, 64, and 65 that Cassandra had a couple slides back as to what those projections look like. But as I said, it's the 6.9W gauge that determines the floor elevation for Area 3A, and it implements that requirement to precede water at the top before taking water out the bottom. And this is sort of the projection of what that gauge will look like over time. This is what we're continuing to monitor and keep an eye on as we make those water supply deliveries out of the conservation area to Service Area 3 in the South Dade Conveyance System. So you already saw this map and the next one in Carolina's presentation, so I'm going to skip over both of those. But just looking as to what the future may hold. Back in December, the last time we were all together, you heard me talk about sort of the spring barrier or the breakthrough in the spring. And as we get closer to March and April, then we were expecting a shift. Well, we have seen a shift. Unfortunately, it shifted to a below our average forecast instead of equal chances was what that used to say. And now that equal chances flips over to when May comes into sort of the 3-month window. Over the next 2 weeks, we can expect below or much below rainfall, but as we look ahead, we do see La Nina, which is the condition that we're in right now. We do see it ebbing or trending down, and sea surface temperatures sort of increasing, but the trade winds out over the Pacific Ocean are hindering some of that development and that transition time frame. So as a result, what we had been talking about a couple months back of that transition happening in the March time frame, now it's looking like it'll be more towards the mid to late spring. Maybe you'll see those conditions break more in the April time frame instead of the March time frame. So all of that being said, we're probably going to experience drier conditions for the next couple weeks further into March than we had previously been talking about. But one maybe silver lining to all of that is an indicator of a more decreased hurricane activity once you get to the wet season. But then again, it only takes really one storm to ruin your day. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Al, thanks both very much. Any board member have any comments or questions? Mr. Butler.
All right, so given your last slide there, when would the CPA be updated to reflect that?
Excellent question, Mr. Butler. I forgot to mention, and now that you've prompted me, we are switching to doing mid-month CPA. So we're going to produce the CPA twice a month for the next several months to be able to capture some of those changes. So the next one will start getting produced next week. And we'll see if it starts showing some of that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Bergeron.
Yeah. Well, let's pray for some rain. Maybe we can do a rain dance for. But we had some conversations, John, because the only area that's got water above schedule is 2A, 2B. And do we have plans to start moving some of that water through the S11s and try to not get 3A and north or south so dry that we could get into our muck burning and stuff of that nature? I know that's you're trying to balance water supply and the environment. I understand all of that, but it seemed like we're 1.5 feet higher in 2A and 1.5 feet lower than normal in 3A.
Correct. As we talked about there in 2A, you can see that deeper water down here during the southern portion, the drier area up to the north. As you and I discussed, we talk about it every week. We talk about it in the interagency calls that the Corps of Engineers hosts. I think Mr. Butler had touched on his request earlier in the meeting. The Corps of Engineers does host bi-weekly calls amongst all the agencies, and then they have a once-a-month public call that they host. But in those bi-weekly calls with all the agencies, which Lee County and others participate in, we talk about the conservation areas, and for the last 2 weeks we've been discussing how to manage the water that is in 2A that you're referencing. So as we go into the next week, as I said, we've already cut back on the amount of water that we're delivering down into 2B. As we move forward in time, we will start to look to move some of that water based on the ecological conditions over into 3A. We're trying to balance that with what Cassandra had talked about, and all the wading birds that are here in the southern portion of 2A. It's really their, I don't know how you would describe it, but their last respite of some good deep water and foraging grounds. I don't know if you want to correct me in any of that, Cassandra.
Refuge is the term.
Okay, refuge. It's their last refuge in the conservation areas as the rest of the conservation, especially in Area 3A, continues to dry down. So we are looking at it every week, and I do anticipate as we get closer to March and possibly into, if we see that break and that transition, the end of March, beginning of April, we will start to move some of that water.
Okay, well, I know that northern portion of 2A has always dried up before the southern portion, you know, always. But being a foot and a half above what our compatible water levels for 2A, 2B, doesn't seem like it's good for the environment or even the birds. I mean, you got 3 foot of water in there. Matter of fact, with a week or two ago, you couldn't even see the maiden cane that was underwater in the sloughs. So it's just a thought to, I know you got a lot to balance, and but I think staying as close as we can to the water levels that we've established as compatible with the, you know, God's landscaping and the wildlife is overall better for all species, unless someone has different science on what we established quite some time ago. But if you go back in history and you look at the water levels, all the way back to 1982 in the Mercy Kill and 1994 and all the different water levels that when you have 3.5 foot of water, everything seems to be impacted. History speaks for itself. But I know you're trying to balance, not criticizing nothing here, it's just that it's a sensitive balance to make sure 3A North and South don't get so dry that we get into severe impacts. So keep that in mind as you walk the tightrope here. Okay.
Absolutely, we'll keep an eye on it, and I'll stay in touch with you to gain your on-the-ground experience as we manage the water resource.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Steinley.
It's always a lot of information. It's even more overwhelming when we're close to a threshold, low water or high water. Can you remind me, in terms of the time, the amount of time it takes to do damage from a high salinity level to the grasses? I'm thinking Florida Bay and I'm thinking Caloosahatchee. Are they the same conditions? And if they are, about how long at that higher salinity level does it take to affect the grass?
So that is a complicated question because not all seagrass is the same species. Some are more tolerant than others. There is a species that actually prefers much higher salinities, up to 40, but there are some that don't like above 25. So it really depends on where you are especially in the Caloosahatchee, along the gradient where you are, as to whether they're going to be able to tolerate the higher species. Florida Bay tends to have the higher salinity tolerating species. What happens in Florida Bay is slightly different. It's not just salinity impacts the vegetation, it's the high salinity impacts the biogeochemistry, which then impacts the vegetation. So it's quite a complicated answer to a simple question. But anything above 40 is not really a good condition for any estuary. But each estuary has its unique considerations as far as what the dominant species is.
But was When did we have the seagrass die off in the bay? The large one, was that 2018?
I was a little further ago than
15?
that. 16. Yeah.
So how long for that extreme event, which hopefully we're not looking at, but how long did it take for that type, for that, to catalyze that?
Right. Yes, I'm actually not familiar with the details of the salinity in the Florida Bay at that time to know. I'm gonna do a rough guess that it was about a month, but I will circle back with my Florida Bay folks and give you a better answer.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Obviously, we hope we don't get there. And then in the Caloosahatchee, what, and Chauncey, you got a little bit to this, what type of, have we run any, I guess two questions. Do we have any flexibility to deliver more water, whether in a constant or pulse measure? And have we run any, and I'm sure LOSM has this, but have we run a lot of scenario analysis of what would happen if we did or did not release more water west?
So when you say did or would or would not happen, you're talking from a salinity regime to the...
I'm sorry, well, I'm just talking about I'm talking about the actual volume released to the Caloosahatchee from the lake. What type of flexibility within LOSM do we have? So I guess it's the Army Corps. Does the Army Corps have to release more, or figure out a pulse strategy or?
Right. So when you talk in terms of LOSM, you'll recall the regulation schedule is that big wide zone D. And in that zone, it's 0 to 2,000 CFS to the West Coast. Now, from there, you get into the analysis that was done, and you start talking about PA 25. And you've heard our intent is to follow PA 25 and stick to the guidance that PA 25, while it's not a hard, fast rule that you've got to always operate everything the way that you modeled it. And I would never advocate for that, but it is an informative piece of information that we consider. So when you look at PA 25 and in the weekly reports that the Water Management District produces in our weekly recommendation to the Corps, there's a graph in there that has error bands around it of how current lake stages are performing in relation to PA 25. So that's what we're looking towards, that and a number of other factors. As I said, when we look at the dry season, may be drier longer than we had originally been talking about it, even as late as a month ago, and just trying to conserve water, as Drew had mentioned earlier in the meeting, to be able to conserve that resource, not only for this year, but Lake Okeechobee is the only portion of the system where you've got to look at and consider a 2-year effect of what it's going to look like next dry season. As we saw this past wet season, it only filled up 3 feet. So if you're bouncing between 12 and 15, that sounds pretty good. But if you drop down to 10, now you're bouncing between 13 and 10 for a while until you get an excessive wet season to bring it back up. So those are a number of different factors. I mean, we can run the math to see if you're asking about lake stage. Drew quoted some numbers. We can take it back. We can run some math and give you an idea of how many feet or inches on the lake that would equate to over what period of time, depending on what flow you want to deliver to the Caloosahatchee.
And to add on to that, your question about a pulse, we ran the numbers on that and modeled out the impact on salinity. Because the flow is so low, well, in order to make a pulse, you would actually have to have quite a few days in a row that would be of zero flow, and that's not something that we wanted to do. And it wasn't impactful to the actual salinity, whether we did a steady flow or we pulsed it at the most maximum peak that we could. It didn't change the downstream salinity very effectively, and it in fact created a situation where we had zero flow days, which is not really what we want to do, especially when we're in high salinity concentrations anyway, because what's happening is all of the aquatic organisms that require low salinity. They're moving further and further and further upstream, and now they're hitting up against the lock and they can't move any further. So creating a zero flow day means the salinity right in front of the lock is going to go up, and that is going to take away what little habitat these low salinity requiring creatures require. So it wasn't an impactful to do a pulse at these low flows.
Fewer choices than we'd like to have until the rain comes. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Butler.
I was going to ask it earlier, but I figured I'd wait for the decision makers to have the microphones here. Lower East Coast, what, now we've given some authority over here. How many CFS are we sending down there now? About 500, you said, to help stabilize the canals. And my question is what's the range? What's the maximum expected we could have to send down there to help stabilize things?
So yeah, out of Area 2, delivering 140. Out of Area 3, delivering 160 down the Miami River. Down the South Bay conveyance system, which is a combination of what came out here, plus whatever seepage is coming from Everglades National Park. We're doing about 220 all the way down here at the bottom, down to 18C. The maximum.
I mean, good. I mean, what are we? Worst case scenario, or not worst case, but I mean, you know.
So I'm scratching my memory here, but flows coming out of Area 2 can get up around 300 to 500 CFS under very extreme dry conditions. Typically, you're probably only dealing with between 200 and 300 maybe for right there. Down Miami Canal, we can get, we can do more, but it has to do with water availability and where you're trying to deliver it to. So a couple years ago, right around Miami Airport, this area, around S25B, S26 down Miami River, there were some wells that we were trying to prop up, and we were delivering on the order of, again, 200 to 300 CFS down Miami River to the Doral area.
So we're at 500 now, roughly. 8. Mm-hmm. Okay. I guess I didn't ask it earlier, but I mean, I hate to have you speculate. I mean, what are we looking at? Are we going to look at some cutbacks? Have to do some cutbacks? Given the best information we have today. Again, this is all speculation. This is nothing happening now.
Best information we have today, we're going to continue to monitor the water resource. The intent is to avoid restrictions and appropriately allocate state water resources. I mean, unfortunately, that's the best I can give you. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know when it's going to start raining. If I did, we wouldn't be having this conversation because I'd be on a 37-foot scout on a sandbar.
Enough said. All right.
I got one more.
Mr. Bergeron.
The only surplus water in this whole system is in 2A. And I'm sure you're gonna look at that, John, to see how we can benefit 3A that's a foot and a half below schedule to 2A that's a foot and a half above schedule, and at the same time balance water supply. A lot of the problems we're dealing with once the EAA reservoir is built, so all the water that was going out of rivers to the Atlantic and the Gulf and in quantities greater than natural, killing seagrass, estuaries. When water's needed, it can come south compatible, and you match the inflows to the outflows once the Tamiami Trail is opened, where we don't have the cumulative backup. Until then, they're trying to balance water supply. The EAA is going to be able to benefit us from in a lot of ways. And the Tamiami Trail, obviously, letting the inflows match the outflows. Otherwise, you can't move water south without that. So whatever you can do in 2A, the only area that's got water based upon schedule, water levels higher than compatible is how can we use that water to minimize through this drought what's occurring in 3A all the way down to Florida Bay. So anyway, anything you can, do you have to have permission from the Corps to move water out of 2A into 3A through the S11s?
The Corps is the one that would actually do it, not the Water Management District. They operate those structures.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see if we can get something working there
Yeah.
to balance these impacts.
And again, the intent is to try to thread the needle and not have to implement restrictions and cause economic harm. And that's one of the reasons why in the previous agenda item you saw the delegation to the executive director to adapt to those changing conditions. Even just since we started talking about preparing the presentation a week and a half ago, the presentation evolved to include those portions of the lower West Coast. That's how quickly conditions can change, and that's the flexibility that the staff needs to react to those changing conditions and appropriately manage the resource.
Thanks, both of you, very much. If there's no more questions, appreciate it. We'll look forward to next month. Better news. Ms. Heater for the monthly financial report.
Good afternoon. So the monthly financial report is through December 31st, 2025, third month of your new fiscal year. So I'll just go over some brief highlights. Revenues, we collected $564.6 million in new revenue and expended $262.4 million thus far. Comparing this December to last December, we're pretty much equal. We collected about $1.1 million more this December. Expenditure-wise, though, we did spend $27 million more compared to last December. But what I want to note is from November to December, we collected over $300 million. That $300 million, you'll see in our treasurer's report, a jump in our portfolio, and that is because of the ad valorem collections that come through in November and December. That jump and that over $300 million is to carry the agency through 9 months. So I just kind of want to note that. Expenditure highlights, the $262.4 million. We spent about $14 million or 5% in our sciences, 6.7 million or 3% in regulation, 224.8 million in Everglades and O&M, which is 86% of the expenditures thus far, and $16 million in administration outreach. We're $66.3 million obligated thus far, with our budget. The second item to note that is in your packet is we provided you the draft annual work plan. The annual work plan is statutorily due March 1st with the South Florida Environmental Report. It's volume 2, chapter 2 of that report. And that, as you know, is the metrics on our strategic plan, on our 4 missions. We have 36 strategic priorities and success indicators, and we have 235 projects that were measured throughout the year, and it's through September 30th of 2025. So I offer myself and staff and experts to answer any questions that you may have when you do have the opportunity to look through the document.
Thanks very much, Ms. Heater. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
All right,
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Is there general public comment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We have Ben Olson, followed by Jeff Dixon.
Hello again. I met with staffers across multiple government agencies last week explaining the information I gave to you in the report today. Every one of them was concerned but unsurprised. Right now I'm suing the Department of Interior for unfulfilled FOIA requests. They want 12 years to produce WERP documents, which were requested over 2 years ago. I didn't mistakenly say that. 12 years. Everglades restoration is dying because of bureaucratic slime. I specifically chose those words. I don't mean them hyperbolically. Water management has been the exception. I'm one landowner among many that want to make this better. You have so many members of the public engaged with no functional ability to assist. We can only assist and ensure proper restoration through transparency. It's time the state takes some control and insist Everglades Restoration have a transparency subgroup underneath the Everglades Task Force, one led by involved members of the public, not government officials, to audit, analyze, and review restoration projects. It's clear the public has not had adequate input in Everglades restoration as mandated by Congress. Specifically under Word 96, the public shall be allowed public review and comment on restoration. The verbiage specifically used is they are given the ability to provide adequate opportunity for input and comment, maintaining of all appropriate records, and making a record of all meetings available for public inspection. Word 96 authorizes a subgroup run by the public for public review and audit, one that maintains all records and allows for public inspection, one that ensures there are no more private deals or hidden reservations somehow slipping through the cracks. That is how the public is adequately given the ability for input and comment. Not 3-minute segments and the occasional IDS meeting. WERP is the rule, not the exception. That is what all indications show. But the difference with WERP is that there's more than 30,000 acres of private, pristine land that are impacted. No one loves these lands more than the landowners themselves, I can assure you of that. We are fighting to ensure proper restoration without our panthers, bears, and indigo snakes and every other endangered species on our properties being flooded off the face of the earth with the flick of a pen and a backroom handshake. The research provided you today is from one person. I don't say that arrogantly. I say that to humbly beg your assistance. It's not feasible for me to fight for these records alone, nor is it right for this to be placed on myself and my neighbors, but we will continue to try because we genuinely believe we can right this ship. Help us. It will be through your leadership guiding the rest of the Everglades Task Force towards true transparency that we can get this right. But we must stop the backroom deals and acknowledge publicly legitimate concerns because your replacements down the road won't know of your private thoughts or intentions. We need transparency and you can help us. You can ensure that we are truly restoring the environment, not destroying the environment. You're a member agency of the task force. You have a say. Use that to make a real difference to change this course before it's too late. And this isn't a utopian ask. There are trade-offs in restoration, but the public largely don't understand that. And frankly, because of backroom deals, certain parties have made no trade-offs in the process. Anybody out there that wants a copy of WERP, the Seminole Western Everglades Housing Project, just email me at olsenbenc@gmail.com. And my final comment, I just want to say it is paramount that we get the Feeder Canal Basin Water Quality Program easements authorized because we have to fix the federal disaster that is the WERP authorized plan.
Thank you,
Mr.
Olson.
Governing Board.
We'll hear next from Newton Cook.
Newton Cook, United Waterfowlers, something close to 20 years ago, we were in exactly the same position we're in today with the lake. At that time went to 8 feet. There was a committee on the lake at that time, and I believe that front end loader that's in that slide is from 20 years ago. How much have we prepared to get ready for this once in a half a lifetime occurrence? Not a lot. Although I remember distinctly when the lake began to go back up and we noticed how we had to scramble to get that front end loader out there getting muck, you remember. And Don Fox's great idea of using deep plows to plow up where the shallows was, and the muck was only 3 or 4 inches deep, and turning over, making the sand bottom. Anybody gonna try that this time, see if it works? Can you imagine how rare it is to get this lake and this drought? We should be burning, you shouldn't be able to see the sky from here to Orlando and to the Keys. Florida used to burn every 5 years, stem to stern, panhandle all the way down. That's the old Florida ecology that used to exist before we got here and started mucking it up, And what are we doing? We had a great meeting today, a lot of good conversation. People got good ideas, people got good intentions. Not a single fire is burning that I know of out there right now. Not one. Anybody know one burning? Nope. Not a single piece of equipment on the lake getting that muck up. I don't care if you pile it up in an island. That might be a good idea. You can't put it over the dike. We tried that 20 years ago, and the EPA explained to us that it was so full of chemicals it was a hazardous product, and we'd have to take it a pound at a time and put it in some incinerary. Well, we only had about 10 million pounds. Let's don't miss this opportunity. We actually only have about 4 or 5 months. Let's get moving. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Next, we'll hear from Marshall Jones, who has his hand raised on Zoom. Mr. Jones, please unmute your mic.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak here today. I'd like to say that on behalf of myself and my family, that we appreciate all the efforts going on for Everglades restoration. You know, it's a monumental undertaking that I couldn't even imagine trying to coordinate, and you all do a fairly well job at doing that. The drought we're facing right now is certainly at least a month early at the staging levels we're at compared to normal years. And as Mr. Cook just said, we do have a great opportunity this year with this extended drought to correct a lot of things, and certainly fire is one of the answers. Fire is also of great concern to myself and other property owners because of our infrastructures, which are in jeopardy due to a lack of controlled burns when possible. This year, however, those controlled burns are going to be very, very desperate measures last second, because we already have exposed drying muck, and the Everglades this year may sustain muck fires, which we hope we don't have to undergo. But I do sincerely want to see the Everglades restored to its former glory, and I'd like to ask that you all please include the native species of wildlife in your future management plans, and I mean terrestrial wildlife, not just aquatic, so that these plans will be able to sustain the habitat that once flourished with all the species of fur-bearing animals that I watched disappear in my lifetime. Such a short lifetime ago, we had more wildlife than you could hardly imagine. Nat Geo Discovery and the likes have it pretty well documented, as does my family, Mr. Bergeron's, and many other Gladesman families. And we would like to see that come back, hopefully before the end of our lifetime. And we'd like to be able to think that our efforts are not in vain. And as Ben Olson said, you have all the assets that we're willing to give you with our knowledge, our unique stance on the land, our lay knowledge, our understanding, and we're willing to go in with you guys and under a coordinated joint effort and really put things right in one phase versus coming back and doing this again in 15 years. And I ask you all to kindly please consider Mr. Olson's words and give us an opportunity to work with you, to be your partners, and to get the Everglades and the entire watershed from Kissimmee South to Florida Bay back where it needs to be. Thank you. God bless everybody there, and God bless the Everglades.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Chairman, we have no additional public comment.
Thanks, Molly. Thank you all very much for your comments. We'll go now to last board comment, and I'll start with Mr. Hurley.
I don't have anything.
Mr. Bergeron.
I always got a comment.
All right.
Long live the Everglades, and Happy New Year to everybody.
I'll second that. Mr. Spotswood.
Nothing for me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks. Colonel Roman.
a good meeting, and see you next month.
Thank you. And Mr. Martinez?
No comments, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Martinez. Before we, well, I missed that. I shouldn't have said that one first. I want to remind everyone that immediately following the meeting, we're going to hold the South Florida Water Management District Leasing Corporation annual meeting. The Leasing Corporation was established to oversee the proper fiscal management of certificates of participation funds. We heard about that earlier. The certificates of participation were issued in 2006 to finance several capital projects. Sole members of the Leasing Corporation are the governing board members, so board members, please stay where you are. And right after the Leasing Corp meeting, there's going to be the Audit and Finance Committee meeting. And there's no other board comment. I look forward to seeing y'all back here next month, March 5th, for the next governing board meeting. Thanks. We're adjourned. You ready for the next one? All right. I'm going to call the South Florida Water Management District Leasing Corp annual meeting to order. It's February 12th, 2026. I'm going to perform a roll call right now. We'll start with Mr. Bergeron.
Here.
Thanks. Mr. Butler.
Here.
Mr. Hurley.
Here.
Mr. Spotswood.
Here.
Mr. Steinley.
Yes.
I'm here. Mr. Martinez.
Here.
Thank you. Colonel Roman.
Here.
Thank you. Are there any changes to the agenda?
There were none, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. I need a motion and a second to approve the April 10th, 2025 meeting minutes, which were
So
distributed.
moved.
Thank you.
Second.
I'll second it.
Thanks. I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I'm going to call that question. I'll start with Mr. Spotswood.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Bergeron.
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Mr. Steinley.
Yes.
Mr. Butler.
Yes.
Mr. Hurley.
Yes.
Mr. Martinez.
Yes.
Thank you, Colonel Roman.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. We've done our summary of the refunding opportunities with Mr. Watkins, so now we've got Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon. I have 3 items for your consideration, the first of which is the resolution, which mirrors the resolution that the governing board passed earlier on the consent agenda. That follows along with the presentation that Mr. Watkins presented earlier. This simply is a refunding of the certificates, which is basically a refinancing, as was discussed.
Is there any public comment on this?
We have none, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Not yet. Board discussion first. Any further discussion on this? We had a nice presentation. I think everyone knows what we're doing. Now I'll take your motion.
I move approval of 26-01.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call that question and start with Mr. Spotswood.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron.
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Mr. Steinley.
Yes.
Mr. Butler.
Yes.
Mr. Hurley.
Yes.
Mr. Martinez.
Yes.
Thank you, Colonel Roman.
Yes.
Thank you, and that passes unanimously.
The next item for consideration is the ratification of officers, which is established by the bylaws of the corporation. The officers are the same as they were last year and are set by the position held by the person.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on that?
We do not.
Thank you. Is there any board discussion? If not, is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call that question. Mr. Spotswood.
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron.
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Mr. Steinley.
Yes.
Mr. Butler.
Yes.
Mr. Hurley.
Yes.
Ms. Martinez.
Yes.
Colonel Roman.
Yes.
Thanks. That passes unanimously.
And the last item for your consideration is the annual budget for the corporation, which is essentially the debt service payments. You'll see an amount listed there which has been budgeted in the district budget. However, the amount that will likely be paid this year will be less due to the refunding.
So this is based on the old one?
Correct. This is based on what we have
Existing.
budgeted. And so it will likely be a $2 to $3 million savings, and that's why you'll see a not to exceed on the slide.
Thanks. Is there a public comment on this?
We do not, Mr. Chairman.
Is there board discussion? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion on number 7.
Thanks.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call that question. Mr. Spotswood?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
I'm gonna vote yes. Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Hurley?
Yep.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Is there any other public comment?
No.
Thank you. I am going to adjourn the meeting.
I'm going to call the Audit and Finance Committee meeting February 12th to order. First agenda item is to approve the minutes from the September 11th meeting that we had last year. Any changes to the meeting, guys? No? Can I have a motion or a second?
So moved.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Call the question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Hurley?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So that passes unanimously. Third item is Ms. Weinberg will give us a summary of the investments through the end of the year.
Good afternoon. I'm going to be giving the summary of investments as of the first quarter of the new fiscal year, 2026. As always, I speak about the market environment. Current Fed funds rate, target rate is at 3.5 to 3 3/4. The Fed cut 3 times this year in September, October, and December. Economy is still strong with 4.4% rate of unemployment in December, and this does represent full employment. Real GDP is at 4.2% versus 4.38% in the third quarter. The current inflation rate is for the US is at 2.7%. That is still above their target of 2%. So because it's above their target of 2%, this is going to influence the pace of future rate cuts. The Fed funds trajectory as of these last 3 rate cuts at the end of 2025, they're gearing towards a rate of 3 to 3.5% by the end of this year. So we're going to be seeing maybe 1 or 2 cuts is what they're guesstimating, but that does remain to be seen. Our investment strategy has not changed. We're still doing the same thing. We received funds from the state of Florida. We receive funds, especially now, and as Candy mentioned earlier, that's why you're going to see we have a very large portfolio balance of $385 million. We received quite a bit, $309 million between November and December in ad valorem funds. That plus all of our mortgage-backed securities are going directly into these money market funds that we have with Fidelity, Dreyfus, and Goldman Sachs. And they're huge funds. Goldman Sachs is $240 billion. I think I've mentioned this before. Dreyfus is $119 billion, Fidelity $62 billion. So these are huge funds. And we are earning a blended rate of 3.7%. So later on, I'll show where rates are, but the 5-year Treasury is currently at 3.75%. And so why would you lock up funds for 5 years just to get an extra 5 basis points? I did the math on that we currently have $366 million in our money market fund. If we did that for those extra 5 basis points, we would literally only make it extra $500 a day, which turns to $183,000 a year. But we have to lock up funds for 5 years. So it's just simply not worth it. So as mentioned, we're still putting all funds into our money market account. We're keeping a very tight cash forecast because we're just to cover, as always, AP, payroll, as well as the increasing capital expenditures. So we are putting funds into the money market, which is very flexible. We have until 4:45 p.m. every day versus the SBA, which is only 11 a.m. And sometimes it's very difficult to do, especially, for example, today we cut checks and we needed to fund. And those checks are about ACH. We cut $21 million in ACH, which I had to fund for. But we don't know that number until about 2 or 3 p.m. So having that flexibility is very, very helpful because we couldn't have done that by 11 a.m. We're also receiving $60 million in U.S. agency securities. These are maturing in the June of 2026, so we'll be receiving an influx of cash. That will go directly into the money market funds. So, and then in 2027, in January, February, and March, we'll receive the remaining $35 million. and then that's it. We are done with our U.S. agency securities because those were all purchased with a definitive maturity rate. That's just how they work versus the mortgages, which can extend or contract. In our case, unfortunately, they extended, but we are receiving regularly $1.3 to $1.5 million throughout the month on these. So basically, I call it just rolling them off the books. And even if rates do go to 3 to 3.5%, that's not low enough for where we purchased them at for us to even be able to sell, because no one's going to buy a 2% bond in a 4 to 5% market without us significantly selling them at a discount, hence the loss to us. So, but we will continue to monitor the mortgage-backed securities just to see if there is a possible time frame window for us to be able to sell any blocks. But as of now, our whole focus and strategy is just to keep accepting getting those pay downs. Because remember, when everything pays down at par, so when we've marked those down to like 80 something on a general basis. So when they get paid down at par, we're going to see that jump. So better than selling it at 85. Here's some key interest rates. So we're finally, as of early 2026, we're finally in a normal yield curve environment. It was inverted, longest inversion in history lasted from 2022 through 2024. It finally returned to semi-positive territory in late 2024. So we're finally seeing, if you look at, which I don't have on this slide, the 20-year as of today is 4.76%, and the 30-year as of today is 4.82%. And they're constantly going up and down. But finally, we're seeing the longer term greater than the shorter term, except caveat being on the 5-year, we're still seeing 3.73%. Well, actually, no, that's 3.75%. It's slightly higher than the overnight rates, but the 2-year Treasury and the 3-month T-bill are still lower than overnight rates. So it'll take a while for it to completely correct itself, but it's definitely going in that direction. And namely the 3-month and the 10-year, those have fluctuated quite a bit, and it's going to take some time for us to see those settle, and as the Fed continues to adjust rates. This screenshot shows us where we are in the first quarter of the fiscal year. We've earned $2.9 million in investment earnings. I just wanted to mention that our investment earnings are based on 2 variables. Yes, we received a huge sum of ad valorem, which is why we're sitting on $685 million in the portfolio. But that is our investment earnings are dependent on how fast we're spending the money and what the interest rates are at the time. So those are 2 huge variables that we don't always know exactly. We pretty much, we've gotten a tight handle on it now that we've really perfected the cash forecast, but rates are something that we don't know. We just have to see what the Fed does. Our book yield for cash investments is 2.86%, and our portfolio, we look at duration as a whole. We don't just pick out cash or pick out investments, although I have my brokers run them both ways just so I can see it. But per policy, we combine the 2. So our duration is always less than 3, which is per policy. And luckily, because our yield on our cash is so high, it's at 3.7%, that's why we're seeing the book yield go up, because if you just look at the book yield by itself, investments only, we're at 1.61%. And also, because of the large influx in cash from the ad valorem, we're now at 36.87% invested and 63.13% in cash and cash equivalents, where normally we're 70% invested and 30% in cash. But that's in a normal rate environment, for one. And for 2, we need the cash. We need to be liquid. We need to pay these projects. This is just our portfolio breakdown, this shows the breakdown of the 685. As of year end, because it was year end, We kept a little over the $5 million in our operating account because we had $6 million in outstanding checks that we wanted. It was New Year's the next day, and we just wanted to make sure we were covered regardless. So that's why I kept a little bit higher balance in the operating account. The federated jumped up to the 421.3 again because we received $309 million between November and December in ad valorem, that's what Candy was saying earlier. That's where we get our huge chunk of money, and that has to last us through the next 9 months. You won't see any changes on the agencies, the 95 million. That is what it is because they have a set maturity date, and as I mentioned, we're getting 60 back of that in June of this year, and 35 million of that at the beginning, the first 3 months of 2027. So those will be off the books. And the mortgages, they're just rolling off the books because the last time I presented was through July, and we were at 164 million in those. So they paid down 6.5 million in those 5 months. So that's how that's happening. They're not paying as quickly as they were because rates have increased, and that's just how those mortgages work. Rates go up, payments go down. Rates go down, payments go up. So we're just waiting for those to roll off of the books. Benchmark comparisons. Now in the past we were lower, but this is I'm showing a market yield. What that means is this is what an investor would pay us, this is what an investor would get paid if they purchased our securities right now. And because we're sitting on 2% securities, of course we'd have to sell them at a steep discount for that investor to get what's in the market now. So this is what they would get. And the reason we're higher than our counterparts, St. John, Southwest, is because St. John and Southwest, when I looked at their portfolios, they are mostly they're in a local government investment pool, they're in cash, the SBA, money market funds. So they're not in these longer term mortgages that we have always been in. So now we're seeing that our market yield is higher because they have a lot of cash. So cash is now less than 5 or further year investments. So this just kind of gives an idea of how we look compared to the benchmark. And with that, are there any questions?
Thanks, Ms. Weinberg. Any public comment?
There are none, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any questions or comments? No? I think you summed it up well, which is a no change in strategy, staying short term, which gives us the highest yield. Correct. And is in alignment with our sort of cash flow needs. So I don't see that changing in a while.
Yeah, that's the most important. We need to stay liquid. We need to be able to pay these construction costs as they come up. That's number one. If we were an investment bank, it'd be a different story, but we're not. So we need the cash available.
Well, we're certainly not getting penalized for staying short term. So even
No,
if we
not
had an
now.
investment
No.
bank, I think we might be making the same decision.
Yeah,
It's
you're
a pretty
right.
easy choice.
You're right.
Thanks, Lucy.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Behrens will present 2 audit reports, audit of fixed assets and a review of construction change orders.
Okay, the first report here was to evaluate the controls over the fixed asset inventory process. And this was looking at it from the time of acquiring the asset to tracking the asset, through inventorying them annually, transferring of those assets between locations in the district, and ultimately disposing of them. This is non-real estate, non-infrastructure, so this is things like equipment and vehicles, heavy equipment, that sort of thing. We also have to have this process called attractive assets. The threshold for what was considered that we had to account for fixed assets used to be $1,000. It was changed about 5 years ago to $5,000. But then they came up with this requirement that we have to track what they call attractive assets or attractive items, which are basically items that are susceptible to loss or theft. And the scope included making sure that things were done in compliance with state statutes, regulations, and our policies and procedures. The period of review was October 1st, 22 through September 31st, 24. As I mentioned, it's non-real estate assets. The system, of course, all these assets are recorded in SAP, those that are 5,000 or more. If it's less than that, it is expensed in the period in which they are acquired. And then we also examined the process for tracking these attractive assets or attractive items. So just give you a snapshot of what the scope of these assets looks like. On March 12th, 2025, there were 10,405 personal property assets, which was 168 million in total original cost of those items. So our process included selecting a sample of those that were the 5,000 or more, and the attractive items that were 5,000 or less. And as I mentioned, most of this is like IT equipment, fleet, heavy equipment, etc. So overall, we found that the district has an established policies and procedures, and that they were generally functioning as designed. We did identify some areas where we could strengthen the internal controls of those to reduce some of the gaps and inconsistencies. So we made 9 recommendations in the report to strengthen those controls. They're primarily the themes centered around training, documentation, SAP controls, and oversight. And management agreed with all 9 recommendations. And that concludes that presentation.
Any questions from the committee? Thanks for your work on that, Tim. And the monitoring review of construction change orders.
So this is our semi-annual monitoring of the construction change orders, period from April 1st, 2025 through September 30th, 2025, to assess whether they're negotiated during the review period when negotiated in accordance with the contract terms and conditions, verify the cumulative change order amounts as a percentage of the original contract, and then compare those change orders to the percentage to the industry benchmarks. We also identified all the construction change orders that were approved by the board, make sure they were included into eBuilder. So during this period, there were 18 different change orders that were executed, encompassing 6 different contracts and totaling just around $3.1 million. We reviewed a sample of change orders to ensure that ancestral documents were maintained in eBuilder. And as I mentioned, we identified all the board construction change orders. These were the result. When all change orders were included, came out to 41.7%, but there was one very large outlier. Once you remove that, it comes down to 6.8%. And this was, the one large change order was the SEP New Water EAA, to ASDA Palm Beach County, that skewed the overall result. The board approved resolution. There was one of those just under $3 million. And that concludes that presentation.
Great. Any questions from the committee? No? Any, go ahead.
Well, what contract are you talking about on these change orders, or
The outlier?
multiple contractors?
Which is, what, excuse me?
Is this a,
This is the one that skews it largely, Ron, because of the size.
You want to know who the contractor is?
do what?
Did you want to know who the contractor is? Do you know the name, Leasing?
So for A2STA, that is Phillips and Jordan, and the approved, there were 2 large change orders. One was for that seepage canal to add the treatment to it. So because it's the inflow canal from the reservoir, so we added the material that the Corps was going to have to do. We did it ahead of time, so it removes the prevents taking the STA offline in the future. So that was a really great addition to that contract. In addition, there was another change order that leveled the 3 cells that we brought to you. I think that was around 22 million. The other one was around 89 million.
So these are change orders due to additional work added, scope of work added to the contract?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
It went, the outliers are usually major scope additions that weren't part of the original package.
Yeah, and Tim, that's the way you do it, right? I mean,
Right.
as I've understood it, if there are major change orders or major dollar changes associated with the same work, that's what we're looking at versus.
Right.
Okay.
Like in this example right here, the change orders on this one contract is 65% of the
Yeah,
original
right,
contract.
right.
65%.
Yeah, which is, but
What
it's the
is-
scope of change.
What is
that-
normal, about 10%?
8 to 14%.
Yeah, okay.
That's what we use.
Okay.
Yeah, right here, this 8 to 14%.
Any public comment, Molly?
We have none, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Can I have a motion and a second for, let's see, are we doing them separately?
We can do them together.
Together? For both, please?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Thanks. I'll call the question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Hurley?
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Molly, any public comment?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so our next meeting is on June 11th here in West Palm, and we can adjourn. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you.